Chapter 371. The crazy son Shiwu greatly abuses his top-quality relatives. The boss is back _7. What did she say? Zhao Lan chuckled and said, what else can she say? She just simply didn't think highly of Emo Qixin. Think about it, Emo Qixin didn't even graduate from a regular high school, yet Zhao Jingrong is a talented student who returned from studying abroad. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that Emo Qixin is not good enough for Zhao Jingrong. In addition, I also heard that Zhao Jingrong has vowed to marry no one but Mr. Mog in this life. Upon hearing that Emo Qixin and Zhao Jingrong had called off their engagement, Ji Ro let out a sigh of relief. She continued, isn't Mr. Mog quite mysterious? Has Zhao Jingrong ever met him in person? I wouldn't know about that. After chatting with Zhao Lan for a while, Ji Ro hung up the phone. This phone call had given her a new understanding of Emo Qixin. Awesa? Ji Ro curled her lips. Zhao Jingrong is probably going to regret it this time. She saw it clearly that those bodyguards following Emo Qixin were all from the F country. There really aren't many Chinese people in F country who have such a large influence. Moreover, Ji Ro has also done some research on the mysterious Mr. Mog. She knows that Mr. Mog made his fortunes in F country. Mr. Mog's headquarters are also based in F country. You don't have to think to know that Emo Qixin is hiding a big secret. She thinks that she can take a gamble on it. Success or die trying. She has been holding on alone in F country for so many years just for Mr. Mog, hasn't she? She is already 29 years old now. If she waits any longer, her prime years will be over. Therefore, she must take this gamble. Moreover, she feels that Emo Qixin is also somewhat interested in her. Otherwise, why would a grown man come to a Cheongsam store to buy clothes? He must have said he already had a girlfriend as an excuse to come to the women's clothing store to catch her attention. However, she didn't see Emo Qixin for the next 3 days. He seemed to just disappear all of a sudden. Ji Ro then made another phone call to China. After receiving the news that Emo Qixin had returned to the country, Wu Daming immediately went to Jinghua village. The location for the second ice skin jade flesh had already been chosen, and they were already renovating the shop, so Ni Yang had been busy with things at home. It was already a particular month now, the house was almost finished, and they could start putting up the beams at the beginning of the month. The roses they had planted by the wall had already sprouted new buds, now they were slowly climbing up the wall. In not so long, the green vine will spread over the whole wall, turning into a beautiful rose wall. When Wu Daming arrived, Ni Yang was watering the roses in the corner of the wall. Sister-in-law. Wu Daming ran up to Ni Yang. What's up? What's so urgent? Ni Yang looked up slightly. Wu Daming continued, Sister-in-law, didn't you ask last time when Brother Six was coming back? Let me tell you some good news, he is on the 3 p.m. flight today. Would you like to come with me to pick him up? Ni Yang was surprised. Really? All in all, she hasn't seen that jerk for 3 months now. Of course it's true. Wu Daming nodded. Sister-in-law, do you want to go with me to the airport? Sure. Ni Yang smiled. I'm going to give Brother Mo a surprise. When should we leave? We should leave now, it's just 2 hours until 3 o'clock. Okay, then wait for me. I'll go inside and change my clothes. If she was going to pick up her boyfriend, there should be some sense of ceremony. Ni Yang didn't want to meet Emo Qixin looking all dirty and messy. She had gotten a bit of mud on her while watering the flowers. And because she wasn't planning to go out this morning, she didn't even bother brushing her hair properly. Okay. Wu Daming nodded. Ni Yang took the bucket and went into the house. It wasn't long before she came out looking neat and tidy. Wu Daming incredulously looked down at his wristwatch. It had not been more than 10 minutes since Ni Yang went inside, and she had already changed clothes and did her hair in less than 9 minutes. This speed was too quick. Wu Daming thought he was in for a long wait. Let's get going. Okay. The two walked to the village entrance and got into a car. About an hour later, they arrived at the airport. By this point, Beijing's airport had modernized significantly with a crowd of people waiting at the exit to pick up passengers. Ni Yang was also standing among the diverse crowd. Wu Daming positioned himself behind her to prevent any opportunist from taking advantage of the crowded situation. Immediately upon deplaning, Xianxia spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. He must have gone mad, maddeningly longing for his wife. Why would Yang be at the airport? Xianxia rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then opened them again, but the scene before him remained the same. It's really his wife. Seeing the person had been pining for, Xianxia momentarily forgot about everything else, walked straight over to Yang, and pulled her into a hug. Holding her in his arms and feeling her warmth, Xianxia felt a sense of reality. So, he hadn't been dreaming. Yang, I missed you so much. He deeply inhaled the refreshing scent of her hair. Yang wrapped her arms tighter around the dog of a man. Brother I've missed you too. Upon hearing her words, Xianxia hugged her even tighter. If it weren't for the fact they were at the airport, he'd have probably picked her up, kissed her, and swung her around in joy. Single dog Wu Daming at the side. Is it really okay for you two to just ignore my existence like this? Upon seeing Xianxia refusing to let her go, Yang pushed him away slightly. Brother we should head back. Oh. Xianxia reluctantly let go of her. Wu Daming extended his hand to take Xianxia's luggage off his hands. Xianxia looked at Wu Daming with distaste. Daming, how come you're here? Wu Daming, so this is the said brotherly love forgotten once the wife comes, huh? Yang laughed and said, Wu Daming gave me a ride here. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have known that you were coming back today. Xianxia nodded and said, oh, I see. Thank you for your trouble, Daming. Wu Daming pretends not to hear the offhand thanks. The three walked out of the airport and got into a car. With Wu Daming driving the car, Yang and Xianxia took the back seat. Where to go now? Should he drop Yang off first or Xianxia? For the moment, Wu Daming was at a loss. It seemed like Yang could tell what was going through Wu Daming's mind and said, why don't we drop Brother off first? He must be tired after the long flight. Xianxia said, I'm not tired at all. Let's take your sister-in-law home first. Yang looked at Xianxia and said, Brother do you recall how you promised me? What happened to the promise of listening to his wife in everything? A man's word is full of lies. Xianxia said, let's do this. In major matters, well, go with your decision, but can we go with my suggestion for minor things like this? Unable to argue with him, Yang had to agree. Wu Daming compliantly slowed down the car to a crawl. At first, the two sat properly in the back seat. But later, Xianxia started getting restless. They sat closer together, and in the end, Xianxia daringly pulled her onto his lap. His delicate, thin chin rested on Yang's shoulder, his hands wandering around her waist. Yang, will you come with me to F country next time? The single dog Wu Daming in the driver's seat stealthily glanced at the rearview mirror and immediately felt his innocent heart taking a 10,000-point blow from a love attack. Couldn't bear to look anymore. Chapter 372. Abused the rotten peach blossom, sent for identification _1. Could the two at the back seat consider the feelings of this single, pitiful man? It's uncomfortable. Heart-wrenching. Feels like crying. What to do? He too desires to be in love. Xianxia's arm was tightly wrapped around Yang, his chin rubbing against her neck. Yang pinched his chin, slapping his face while saying, you bastard, your beard is poking me. Faintly colored, the stubble on his chin isn't too noticeable, but it pricks against the soft skin, causing a stinging pain accompanied by slight itchiness. Bastard? Wu Daming in the front seat was dumbfounded. Yang actually called Xianxia a bastard. It would have been less surprising if she just called him a bastard, but she even dared to slap Xianxia's face. It's over. Xianxia must be angry now. Hanging around Xianxia for such a long time, he knew Xianxia's nature well. He has a quick temper. Easily angered. His character is quite eccentric. Also, he despises anyone touching his face, not to mention a woman. Even his close male friends can't do so. His face is his forbidden area. Is Yang going to get thrown out of the window by Xianxia? It's highly probable. After all, such a thing has happened before. Considering this, Wu Daming slowed down the car once more to prevent Yang from getting seriously injured when she gets thrown out. Did it prick you? Chishan asked with a worried face. Does it hurt? I'm sorry, I was in a rush this morning and forgot to shave. At this moment, Wu Daming wondered if he was hallucinating. Was this still the Chishan he knew? Does he not care about his face anymore? And Yang called him a bastard, yet he did not respond. My God. This is too terrifying. Wu Daming was doubting his life. It appears that Chishan is really serious about Yang. Wu Daming looked at Yang differently now, with more respect. Chishan was carefully blowing on the prickly spot. Yang, with disgust, covered his mouth. Stop blowing, are you a fool? Chishan mustered courage and kissed Yang's hand. Yang had no reaction. Chishan, whimpering, so afraid the wife will get mad. Since a kiss has already been given, why not kiss again? Chishan mustered the courage and gave her another kiss. Yang's hands were soft, smooth and delicate despite her frequent hard work, with no calluses, her fingers slim, fair and exquisite, like a piece of top-grade mutton fat jade. Yang pinched his nose. Will you ever stop? Seeing that Yang wasn't angry, Chishan became braver. He whispered into her ear, Wife, your hands smell great. Yang raised an eyebrow. You have no shame. Not having any shame, yet I am still your man. Yang. She realized Chishan, this bastard, is becoming even more of a jerk. Wu Daming in the front seat. Please, spare me this display of affection. As if suddenly remembering something, Chishan picked up a package from under the seat. Yang, this is a gift I brought for you from F country. Take a look and see if you like it. There was a splendid cheongsam and a pair of black high heels inside. The cheongsam was made of high-quality silk, giving it a great feel, which immediately caught Yang, a cheongsam enthusiast's attention. The shoes were size 36. Yang curiously asked, How do you know my shoe size? Chishan replied with proud arrogance, How could I not know my wife's shoe size? He was a fully dedicated, all-round perfect boyfriend. The kind who dotes on his lover. Just then, the car passed by a Western restaurant. Yang said, Brother have you eaten yet? No, Chishan shook his head and said, The airline food was terrible. Then let's go have Western food? If you're not in a rush to go home. Having dinner with his wife, why would he be in a hurry to get home? There was no wife at home. I have nothing to do at home anyway. Chishan continued, Daming, park the car in front. We are going to have Western food. Feeling the death gaze from the back of his head, Wu Daming, desperate to survive, said, No. I can't eat Western food, my stomach is not good, I'll have a stomachache after eating it. Brother 6 and sister-in-law, you two go. Chishan regretfully shook his head. Well, in that case, it can only be me and your sister-in-law. The car stopped in front. Chishan helped Yang out of the car. The two entered the Western restaurant. The restaurant had a romantic ambience, with fresh roses on the tables and violin melodies lingering in the air. It was the perfect place for a couple to have dinner. Chapter 373. Abused the rotten peach blossom, sent for identification _2. Chishan carefully pulled out a chair for Yang. Thank you, brother. Yang said as she gracefully took a seat opposite him. Why are you still so polite with me? Chishan replied, reaching over to affectionately stroke her nose. Yang smiled and retorted, So should I thank the bastard instead? Chishan replied seriously, Never thank me again. Because being nice to his wife was only natural. Got it? Yang, her eyes brimming with laughter, handed him the menu. Go ahead and order. You order? Yang questioned, How would I know what you like? Chishan responded, I'm not a fussy eater, I love whatever my wife orders. We each order 2 dishes, no refusals. Yang wasn't the dictatorial type. All right. Chishan nodded, I'll do as my wife says. After Yang ordered 2 dishes, she handed the menu back to Chishan. It was 4 in the afternoon at this moment. There were quite a few people sipping afternoon tea in the restaurant. Sitting opposite Qishan and Ni Yang were two girls. Jingrong. Yi Ying, sitting opposite Zhao Jingrong, signaled her with a glance. What is it? Zhao Jingrong was puzzled. Yi Ying continued, Jingrong, look behind you. Zhao Jingrong turned to take a look and her face immediately twisted, distaste clouding her features. Why did he follow me here? Yi Ying stated, certainly, Qishan must still have a thing for you. That's why he sneaked in after you. What a disgusting man. You have broken off the engagement so long ago, yet he is still stubbornly clinging to you. Shameless. Zhao Jingrong snorted. If he had any shame, he wouldn't have followed. He doesn't even have the decency to look at himself. A toad trying to eat swan meat. Yi Ying nodded, immediately aligning herself with Zhao Jingrong. And Jingrong, have you seen the girl next to him? She's quite pretty. Zhao Jingrong's expression darkened. Who in the entire Beijing could be prettier than her? Seeing the change in Zhao Jingrong's demeanor, Yi Ying quickly corrected herself. Although she's pretty, she can't compare to you, Jingrong. In front of you, she's nothing more than a sparrow. No. She's nothing, not even a sparrow. You're the bright moon in the sky, she's nothing more than a clump of mud. The Zhao family was indeed a prestigious family in Beijing, and the Yi family was just small fry in comparison, hence Yi Ying's attempts to gain Zhao Jingrong's favor. Zhao Jingrong brightened instantly, stirring her coffee absent-mindedly. Continuing the conversation, Yi Ying suggested, Jingrong, I bet Qishan brought this girl here just to make you jealous. He wants you to react. Jealous? Would she feel jealous towards that loser? Zhao Jingrong mocked. A loser stays a loser. His lousy tricks can't even impress anyone. He's doomed for life. Yi Ying nodded in agreement. You're right, Jingrong. Zhao Jingrong pulled out a couple of RMB notes from her wallet and placed them on the table, saying, let's go, towards Yi Ying. Yi Ying immediately followed Zhao Jingrong's lead. As they passed by Qishan, Zhao Jingrong glanced at Ni Yang. At that moment, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. She had only glanced at her earlier but hadn't really noticed her. This girl was indeed somewhat attractive. She could just about compete with her. Zhao Jingrong had already been back in Beijing for a while and had thoroughly investigated all the wealthy heiresses in the city. She was certain that this girl did not belong to the elite circles. She wondered where Qishan had found this actress to put on such a show of affection in front of her. Qishan. Zhao Jingrong walked over and stopped next to their table. Her eyes were filled with scorn as she looked down at him. What's the point of this? Ni Yang, who had been chatting with Qishan, was suddenly interrupted by a woman's imperious voice. She glanced up and saw a face heavily made up with expensive makeup. This person? Well, she didn't recognize her. Could she be Qishan's stalker? Ni Yang turned to look at Qishan. Qishan quickly explained, Yang, don't get it wrong, I have nothing to do with her, she's just been persistently annoying. Hearing this, Zhao Jingrong retorted angrily, the one being annoying? Qishan, you're obviously playing your part too well. Clearly, it's you who has been stalking me. You've been severely disrupting my life. As if stalking wasn't enough, now you've even hired an actress for your play. You think this could provoke me? Let me tell you, our engagement is long over. I would never, ever be attracted to someone like you. Chapter 374. Abused the rotten peach blossom, sent for identification _3. What a pain in the ass. Zhao Jingrong was furious. She didn't understand why her family initially arranged this marriage for her. Now she was having real trouble. Qishan was just like a sticker, you can't shake him off. Wait a minute. Ni Yang spoke softly, then said, what exactly did you just say, miss? An actress? Brother Mo is stalking you? Miss? Ni Yang actually called her miss. Doesn't she know that the thing women care about the most is their age? No one would be happy if a girl about a decade younger than them kept referring to them as miss. Zhao Jingrong angrily replied, are you not the actress hired by Qishan? If he wasn't tailing me, then how could he just so happen to be in this restaurant? Ni Yang laughed. If I'm an actress, how much did you pay me? And may I ask, is this restaurant your personal property? Is it the case that other than you, no one else can come? Look carefully, dear miss, there are many people in this restaurant. Are you implying they are all here because of you? Did they all follow you here? When she heard this, the other diners in the restaurant cast complicated glances at Zhao Jingrong. Zhao Jingrong choked on her words, her face turned very ugly, and she was left speechless in anger. An actress is just an actress. Isn't their mouth just like a fountain? Who can withstand it? You are making baseless accusations. Spouting nonsense. Zhao Jingrong finally squeezed out these words after being pent up for a while. It was clear that she was the victim. But why was the situation now reversed and being made her fault? If you are saying Immortal wasn't tailing me, do you have any evidence to prove he wasn't? Ni Yang responded with a light smile. Dear miss, if you say Brother Mo is stalking you, I can also say that you are stalking Brother Mo. Do you have any evidence to prove you aren't? Zhao Jingrong was almost angered to death by Ni Yang. She was stalking Immortal? She would stalk Immortal, such a loser? Wasn't Ni Yang actually insulting her? Little bitch. How dare you talk to Jingrong like that? Ying angrily interjected. Mo Kishin's face changed, and he looked over at Ying. That look made Ying shudder, made her feel chilled to the bone. Were those really the eyes of a loser? Ying looked at Mo Kishin again, only to find that he had already averted his gaze. That must have been a misperception just now, right? It must have been a misperception. Ni Yang kept her cool, saying indifferently, stirring up the pot first makes you the shameless one. Who's the real bitch here? Don't I need to spell it out? Having spoken, Ni Yang continued, little girl, at such a young age, I suggest you keep your mouth clean, build up some good karma for your descendants. Try to be kinder as a human being. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding crowd started to gossip about Zhao Jingrong and Yi Ying. Ni Yang looked at Zhao Jingrong and then said, also, Immortal is now my boyfriend. If you know what's good for you, miss, please stay away from my boyfriend in the future. At that, the surrounding crowd had an even more complex look, and the whispers grew louder. So she's trying to steal that young girl's boyfriend. Tisk tisk, you can't really judge a person by their looks. Zhao Jingrong's face was ghostly pale. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. She originally came here intending to put Immortal in his place, to make him give up on her, but she didn't expect to be ridiculed by a young girl. Immortal, you're doing great. Does he think that by doing this, I would like him? How ridiculous. Let's go. Zhao Jingrong turned her head to look at Yi Ying. Yi Ying immediately followed Zhao Jingrong's steps. The two left the restaurant in a rather sorry state. Inside the restaurant, Immortal dared not meet Ni Yang's eyes. Ni Yang lifted her eyes to look at Immortal. Brother Mo, aren't you going to explain? Although she knew Zhao Jingrong was just infatuated with herself, Ni Yang was a bit angry. After all, Immortal was the first person she truly liked. Immortal swallowed. Yang, you can just call me a jerk again. Immortal suddenly felt that being called a jerk was more comforting and made him feel safer. Ni Yang kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Yang. Immortal carefully prodded Ni Yang's finger. Ni Yang didn't respond. Immortal continued, Yang, there's really nothing between me and her. She is Zhao Jingrong, the one I told you about earlier. We already broke off our engagement and I don't like her at all. Yang, won't you stop being angry please? Chapter 375. Abused the rotten peach blossom, sent for identification _4. Ni Yen responded grimly, who knows if you have a plethora of ex-fiancés? Today it's Zhao Jingrong, maybe tomorrow it will be Wang Jingrong, and the day after might be Zhou Jingrong. I swear I don't. Immortal raised 3 fingers. It's only this one Zhao Jingrong. It was back when I was immature for a few months, and my family's elders arranged it. Really no one else? Ni Yen raised an eyebrow slightly. Absolutely no one else. Only then did Ni Yen reveal a smile. Fine, he'll believe you this one time. Are you full? If so, let's go back. All right. Immortal nodded, and followed Ni Yen's pace. Ni Yen went to the bar to pay the bill. Immortal didn't dare say anything else, looking somewhat like an aggrieved little wife. The two of them were walking one in front of the other. Qishan reached out to tug at Yan's sleeve. "What's up?" Yan turned her head slightly. Qishan then said, "Yang, can you call me a douchebag again?" Otherwise, he kept feeling that Yan hadn't really forgiven him. Yan pinched his waist. "You bastard, if there's a next time, I won't spare you." When he heard the long-missing phrase, Qishan felt a sense of relief. Bending over, he appeased in a low voice, "Yes, yes, yes, my lord wife, I promise there won't be a next time." But Yan pinched even harder. "Silver-tongued devil? Mercy, my dear, this is called wholeheartedness. Wholeheartedness for you and only you." The two of them arrived at the car bantering all the way. Wu Daming first dropped off Yan, then drove Qishan back to the Mo family. He wasn't sure whether it was an illusion, but Wu Daming felt that after Yan alighted, the temperature inside the car fell several degrees, becoming oppressively cold. He could barely breathe. "Do you know the Yi family?" After a while, Qishan's voice came from the back seat. "I do." Wu Daming nodded. "Brother Six, did the Yi family offend you?" Qishan slowly lit a cigarette. His handsome face seemed to be coated in a thin layer of ice, something far more serious. "Huh." Wu Daming widened his eyes in disbelief. What could be worse than offending Qishan? His curiosity was sparked. What on earth had the Yi family done to be considered unforgivable? So, Qishan looked up at Wu Daming. "Do you know what you should do now?" "Yes." Wu Daming nodded. Any family that upsets Qishan typically ends up with only one outcome: disastrous. Furthermore, Qishan continued, the Zhao family needs to be taught a serious lesson. Okay. They quickly arrived at the Mo family mansion. Qishan had disappeared for over 4 months. His sudden return took Granny Mo by surprise. "Sixth. Mom." Qishan went in and embraced Granny Mo. Granny Mo complained, "You rascal, where have you been? No sign of you for such a long time." Qishan replied, "I went out to work." "Work?" Granny Mo said in surprise. "Did I hear wrong? Or did the sun rise from the west?" Qishan helplessly answered, "I really did go to work." Granny Mo nodded dismissively. All right, you went out to work." Qishan, Granny Mo continued, "Sixth, do you have enough money on you? If it's not enough, just let Mom know." "Don't worry, we have plenty of money." Qishan replied, "Don't worry, I'm not short on cash." Granny Mo took out 2 cards from her pocket and shoved them into Qishan's hand. "Keep these cards." Qishan helplessly said, "Mom, I really don't need money." Granny Mo responded with displeasure, "You are my son, my youngest son. Can't your mom give you money? Take my money. It's not humiliating." "Mom, actually I am." Qishan whispered in Granny Mo's ear. After hearing Qishan's words, Granny Mo burst out laughing. "You child, can't even lie convincingly. Only tell your mom such things. If it gets out, people will laugh their teeth off." Qishan, Granny Mo continued, "Now that you're back, Aunt Wang introduced a girl to you. Find some time to see her tomorrow. You're not getting any younger. When I was your age, your elder brother was already 12. Don't worry, I've checked her out. The girl is really nice, well-educated, and her family is full of intellectuals." Chapter 376. Abused the Rotten Peach Blossom, sent for identification _5. Although Lady Mo had a strong desire to bring Yang and Qishan together. However, Yang was much younger than Qishan. Her future held countless possibilities. She was afraid that Yang wouldn't fancy Qishan. Besides, Qishan was not young anymore. He could no longer procrastinate. Qishan said, "Mom, I have a girlfriend." "What?" Lady Mo stared incredulously at Qishan. "I have a girlfriend, so Mom, you don't need to worry so much." Lady Mo then said, "You have a girlfriend? You're not making fun of me, are you? Why would I lie about something as serious as this?" Lady Mo hastily asked, "Where's the young lady from? How old is she this year? How does she look? How many are there in her family?" Qishan said, "It's a secret. you'll naturally know when the time comes. A secret? Even getting a girlfriend has to be kept secret. Just trying to fool her. She thinks she, the mother, is becoming senile? Lady Mo said, regardless, either you bring her over tomorrow for us to take a look, or you go meet the girl Auntie Wang has introduced. Mo Chishan hesitated. I need to consult with my girlfriend. It seems that this rascal might actually have a girlfriend. Lady Mo felt strangely excited. Lady Mo continued, since you're already courting the girl, you should take responsibility for her. Let her get to know you better. Discuss it with her tomorrow. If she's willing to come to our house, I'll make preparations. We can't be rude to the girl. Mo Chishan nodded, all right. Lady Mo continued, by the way, is your girlfriend as pretty as N.I. Yang? Mo Chishan gave a mysterious smile, why don't you guess? Little brat. Lady Mo gave a playful smack to Mo Chishan's head, don't play tricks on me. Mo Chishan continued, you'll know when the time comes. Can't you just tell me straight? Mo Chishan stroked his chin, how should I put this? Just then, Mo Baichuan walked in from outside. Upon hearing this conversation, N.I. Yang's words suddenly flashed in his mind. Last time, N.I. Yang said that she and Mo Chishan were together. Could the girlfriend that Mo Chishan was referring to be N.I. Yang? They couldn't possibly be together, right? Would N.I. Yang genuinely fancy Mo Chishan? Probably not. If the girlfriend Mo Chishan was talking about was indeed N.I. Yang, he wouldn't have been so secretive. Why wouldn't he just say it outright? Yes, that person definitely isn't N.I. Yang. Upon this thought, Mo Baichuan breathed a sigh of relief and headed upstairs. Chuan Chuan. Lady Mo called out to Mo Baichuan's retreating back. Grandma. Mo Baichuan respectfully responded. Lady Mo continued, Baichuan, didn't you see your sixth uncle has come back? Mo Baichuan turned to Mo Chishan, sixth uncle. Mo Chishan nodded, good boy. Mo Baichuan slightly furrowed his brow. Mo Chishan was always so nonchalant and aimless. He found it strange if N.I. Yang actually fancied such a man. At the N.I. family's house. The moment N.I. Yang arrived home, N.I. Tsuehua curiously asked, Yang, where were you? I went to the airport to pick someone up. Who? N.I. Yang continued, it was Mo Chishan. Mom, I'm dating Mo Chishan. Presently, N.I. Yang didn't want to hide from N.I. Tsuehua anymore. N.I. Tsuehua smiled and said, then you have to treat Xiaomo well. Xiaomo is a good boy, you're not allowed to bully him. N.I. Tsuehua sincerely admired the young Mo Chishan. As N.I. Yang chopped tomatoes, she said, look at what you're saying. How could I bully him? N.I. Tsuehua continued, does Xiaomo's mother know about this? Their family is unlike ours. Will his mother have any prejudice against us? Rest assured, Auntie Mo is not the type to judge by appearances. N.I. Yang was quite familiar with Lady Mo's character. Upon hearing this from N.I. Yang, N.I. Tsuehua finally felt relieved. The next day, N.I. Yang took N.I. Tsuehua to the city. The weather was getting warmer, and N.I. Yang wanted N.I. Tsuehua to go to the city more often. Staying home all day could easily lead to depression. There were lots of people on the street. Spring had come, and kite vendors could be seen everywhere. N.I. Yang bought an eagle kite. Mom, why don't we take Yun Yun to the park to fly kites? Chapter 377. Abused the rotten peach blossom, sent for identification _6. Little N.I. Yun is 1 month old now and can already toddle around. Not far from here, there's a wetland park. At this season, the wetland park is bustling with parents who bring their children out to fly kites. Upon seeing the kites, little N.I. Yun laughs with joy. Sister, sister, sister. N.I. Yang says, Yun Yun, that is a kite. Little N.I. Yun follows and says, Hongzheng. Kite. N.I. Yang corrects her. Hong. N.I. Yang. The three women head toward the direction of the wetland park. At this moment, N.I. Tsuehua is bumped into by a fast-walking passerby. She doesn't know if it's an illusion, but she suddenly feels a pain in her scalp, as if her hair has been pulled out. The passerby immediately apologizes. I'm sorry. I was in a hurry. Are you okay? Since the passerby apologized sincerely, Enai Tsuehua didn't dwell on it and replied, "I'm fine, really." Upon hearing that Enai Tsuehua was okay, the passerby hastily walks off, as if afraid Enai Tsuehua might accuse her of something. "Mom, are you really okay?" Enai Yang asks. Enai Tsuehua smiles and says, "I'm not made of gold, what could possibly happen to me?" That's a relief. The passerby swiftly runs into a small alley and hands over 2 strands of hair to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hands him 10 yuan. "Thank you," says the passerby, smiling. "If there is such work in the future, you can contact me at any time." Enai Yang and Enai Tsuehua walk along the road. Suddenly, a male voice sounds from behind them. "Yang Yang." Enai Yang looks back and sees Emo Chishan. "Brother Emo." "Yang Yang." Emo Chishan runs over and greets politely, "Good day, auntie." Knowing that Emo Chishan and Enai Yang are dating, Enai Kuihua's gaze softens considerably. "Xiaoma, you're here." "Yes." Emo Chishan nods. "Auntie, where are you and Yang Yang going?" Enai Tsuehua says, "We are heading to fly kites." "Xiaoma, would you like to join us?" "Sure." Emo Chishan agrees happily. Because Enai Tsuehua is present, Emo Chishan doesn't dare to behave frivolously, he doesn't even dare walk too close to Enai Yang. They walk behind Enai Tsuehua. When Enai Tsuehua isn't looking, Emo Chishan reaches out and quietly holds Enai Yang's hand. When Enai Tsuehua turns back to speak to them, Emo Chishan quickly releases Enai Yang's hand and seriously answers Enai Kuihua's questions. He's acting as if nothing had happened. Enai Yang stifles a laugh, extends her pinky finger, and hooks Emo Chishan's little finger, whispering, "Brother Emo, actually, my mom already knows about us. If you want to hold hands, just hold it." This man is really stubborn. Emo Chishan's heart leaps. "Really?" "Yes." Enai Yang nods. "Then how does mom perceive me?" Emo Chishan lowers his voice. Enai Yang says, "You're fine." After finishing her sentence, Enai Yang realizes something was off. She nudges his waist with her elbow. "What do you mean our mom?" "She's my mom, stop trying to take advantage." Emo Chishan clutches his waist, acting dramatically. "Murdering your own husband, that's what you're doing. You jerk." At this moment, Enai Tsuehua turns back. "Yang Yang, it's a left turn up ahead to get to the park, isn't it?" Emo Chishan quickly lets go of Enai Yang's hand, startled. Enai Yang nods and says, "Yes, Mom, a left turn up ahead and we'll be there." "All right." Enai Yang turns his gaze to Emo Chishan, teasing, "Anyway, my mom already knows. What are you afraid of?" Emo Chishan says, "I have to maintain a good image in front of mom. What if she thinks I'm not steady enough and not a good match for you?" Enai Yang laughs, "You fool." They arrive at the park soon after. The May weather is not cold, not hot, it's just right. All sorts of kites are flying in the park sky. Enai Tsuehua and little Enai Yun are busy flying kites, while Enai Yang and Emo Chishan sit under a big tree, chatting. "Yang, my mom wants to invite you over to our house tomorrow." Enai Yang looks at Emo Chishan, puzzled. Emo Chishan continues, "As my girlfriend, Yang, do you want to go? Is it time to meet the parents already?" Enai Yang is stunned. Yang. Enai Yang thinks for a moment, sure. It's inevitable that the ugly wife will meet her in-laws. Besides, she's already quite familiar with Mo's Mrs. and Mr. Chapter 378. Abused the rotten peach blossom, sent for identification under 7 really? Emo Chishan asked with some uncertainty. Enai Yang nodded, raising an eyebrow and counter-asking, "What? You don't want me to go?" "Of course not." Emo Chishan said, "I've been dreaming of you going, Yang. You are really great." In fact, before asking this question, Emo Chishan was very nervous. After all, he and Enai Yang haven't been in a relationship for that long. He was afraid Enai Yang would think he was too frivolous. Emo Chishan was born a prodigy, but in front of Enai Yang, he didn't have much security. Because Enai Yang was just too outstanding. And she was so much younger than him. He was afraid Enai Yang would despise him. Over here, Enai Tsuehua and little Enai Yun had already flown the kite into the sky. Little Enai Yun clapped his hands excitedly. "Amazing kite!" Ni Zuehua handed the kite reel to little Ni Yun. Yun Yun, can you hold this? Once he had hold of the reel, little Ni Yun became even more excited. Just then, the kite string suddenly broke. The kite in midair began to descend in a straight line. Little Ni Yun pointed at the kite, anxiously saying, "Down, down, gone. Yun, don't worry, mommy will take you to pick it up." Ni Zuehua carried little Ni Yun towards the place where the kite had fallen. Halfway there, she saw a tall man carrying an eagle-shaped kite and walking in their direction. "Comrade, is this your kite?" "Yes, it's ours." Ni Zuehua, holding the child with one hand and accepting the kite with the other, said, "Thank you." "No problem, it was just a small favor." It was then that Ni Zuehua recognized the man's face and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." The man looked at Ni Zuehua in confusion. "You are?" Ni Zuehua continued, "We met on the tram before. If it hadn't been for your timely intervention then, my child and I might have been in big trouble." Although they had met only briefly at the time, Ni Zuehua had a deep memory of his face. After all, he had helped her so much. Yes, this man was none other than Shangguan Dehui, the father of Shangguan Su. Shangguan Dehui only remembered the incident that had happened on the tram about 5 months ago. In the vast sea of people, two strangers meeting again was indeed a rare fate. "Oh, it's you. The child has grown so much." Children can change a lot in a short time. There was a big difference between little Ni Yun at 7 months and at 11 months. Fufu. Fufu. Little Ni Yun was very smart and knew to call younger people brother and older people uncle. She could say anything now, except for daddy. Shangguan Dehui loved children. Seeing such a cute little Ni Yun, he couldn't help but ask, "Would you mind if I hold the child?" "Not at all." Ni Zuehua handed the child to Shangguan Dehui. Shangguan Dehui reached out to take the child. Little Ni Yun was rarely held by men and was very excited at this moment. Shangguan Dehui continued, "What's the child's name?" "Ni Yun." Ni Zuehua explained, the Ni with a person radical, followed by Yun, as in cloud. Shangguan Dehui nodded, "Reach the end of the water and sit to watch the rising clouds. It's a very nice name." "Thank you." Ni Zuehua thanked him. If it had been before, Ni Zuehua would definitely not have understood the meaning of these 2 lines of poetry, but now things were different. For more than half a year now, she had been reading every day and had completely transformed. "Dad." Shangguan Shi ran over from the other side, and when seeing Ni Zuehua and little Ni Yun in Shangguan Dehui's arms, she paused for a moment. Shangguan Dehui took the initiative to introduce, "This is my daughter, Shangguan Shi. Xiaoxi, this is Aunt Ni Zuehua and her daughter, Ni Yun." Shangguan Shi greeted them politely, "Hello, Aunt." Little Ni Yun chirped out, "Sis, sis." Of all the words, she could call out sister the clearest. Seeing how adorable little Ni Yun was, Shangguan Zai's heart was instantly warmed. "Hello, little sis." "Hello, sis." Little Ni Yun was especially well behaved. Shangguan Shi took out a candy from her pocket. "Little sis, this is for you." "Thank you, sis." Little Ni Yun's face was so thrilled, her eyes squinted into slits. "You're welcome." Shangguan Shi gently patted her little head, then remembered something, and addressed Shangguan Dehui, "Dad, Aunt Lin and the others have arrived." "Oh, let's go then." After bidding Ni Zuehua farewell, Shangguan Dehui and Shangguan Shi left together. Meanwhile, at the Zheng family, Zheng Lingling noticed that today, old lady Zheng had once again called butler Lu to the study room. So, under the pretense of delivering chicken soup to the old lady, she brazenly lurked outside to listen in. Inside the study room, old lady Zheng asked, "Butler Lu, how is that matter progressing?" Butler Lu replied, "Old madam, please don't worry. I have given the hair to Dr. Wang. The results should be out in about 3 months." Old lady Zheng nodded and then asked, "There has been no leak, has there? You can trust my discretion." "That's good." Old lady Zheng sighed in relief. "Butler Lu, I'm sorry for troubling you over this period." Butler Lu said, "Old madam, it's my duty and responsibility." The study room was reasonably soundproof. From outside, Zheng Lingling could only vaguely catch a few phrases. Dr. Wang, appraisal of the hair, things of that nature. Zheng Lingling narrowed her eyes. An ominous feeling surged in her heart. The old witch couldn't actually have found her real daughter, could she? If she did find her real daughter, then what would happen to her and Zheng Xianjing? And so, before the old witch made her will, nothing should threaten them. Better safe than sorry. Dr. Wang. Yes. This matter had to start with Dr. Wang. Zheng Lingling gradually cooled down, steadied herself, and left with the chicken soup. Mom, what's wrong? You don't look well. Zheng Xianjing looked worriedly at Zheng Lingling. Zheng Lingling put down the chicken soup. Xianjing, come with me. Oh. Zheng Xianjing followed Zheng Lingling to the third floor's bedroom. Zheng Lingling closed the door and recited what she had overheard outside the study room to Zheng Xianjing. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xianjing's face changed markedly. Mom, what should we do? Surely we can't just sit and wait? Zheng Lingling continued. We have to find a way to replace the hair sample with Dr. Wang. Replace the hair? Zheng Xianjing furrowed her brow. Yes. Zheng Lingling nodded. Zheng Xianjing then asked, that might be difficult, right? Zheng Lingling thought for a moment. That's why we need to plan carefully. We can't afford to be careless. Having said that, Zheng Lingling added, Xianjing, I remember Dr. Wang's son was your high school classmate, right? He's been to our house before, hasn't he? Yes. Zheng Xianjing nodded. Zheng Lingling instructed, this weekend, you should invite him out. Zheng Xianjing narrowed her eyes. Mom, you mean? Zheng Lingling nodded. Chapter 379. Clever Mrs. Zheng, meeting the parents one by one, revised. _1 Zheng Lingling turned her head toward Zheng Xianjing. A slight curve appeared on her lips, recognizing the look in the other's eyes. Despite Dr. Wang being unselfishly generous, he still has a son. They could take action related to the son. If they really wanted to go ahead, this matter would not be complicated. What Zheng Lingling didn't expect was that the conversation in the study room continued even after she left. Mrs. Zheng, tinged with worry, asked, Butler Lu, do you really think modern equipment can be so accurate as to verify blood relations? Matters concerning her only daughter made Mrs. Zheng extremely worried. She could not put all her hopes on the machines. No matter how good the machine was, there could still be errors. What if there were a mistake? Butler Lu said, Don't worry, madam. We live in an era of advanced science and technology. There surely won't be any errors. Mrs. Zheng then said, Butler Lu, you might have to go through the trouble again to send another hair sample to Dr. Xiaoran. Madam, do you not trust Dr. Wang? Asked Butler Lu. An extra authentication so that I can have peace of mind. Butler Lu, I'm already 68 this year, and as the years pass, my health is deteriorating. I'm afraid, towards the end, Mrs. Zheng let out a deep sigh. Her subsequent words were already understood without being spoken. Butler Lu said, Madam, you will surely live a long life. Mrs. Zheng laughed. I understand my own body and mind well enough, Butler Lu. There's no need for your consolation. Butler Lu followed up. Madam, even if Miss Tingting is not found, you still have Xianjing by your side. Xianjing is a good child, but smart people often encounter misfortune. Mrs. Zheng looked up at the door and continued to say, I clearly understand what Lingling is considering in her heart. A few days ago, did Lingling secretly look for you? Asking about Tingting's matter? At these words, Butler Lu was taken aback. His gaze towards Mrs. Zheng changed. He thought Mrs. Zheng knew nothing. In reality, Mrs. Zheng was as clear-hearted as a mirror. She knew everything, she just did not wish to bring it up. The reason for seeking Dr. Xiaoran to verify the results was probably because she was worried that Zheng Lingling would ruin it from the inside. Thinking of this, Butler Liu's gaze towards Mrs. Zheng was filled with more respect. Mrs. Zheng continued, My older sister left us early, and Lingling was only 7 years old when she came to live with me. Even though the girl might be a bit too assertive at times, she's essentially not a bad person. Zheng Lingling was brought up by Mrs. Zheng, and she was her sister's daughter. Although they were not biological mother and daughter, their bond had the foundation of the previous generation's relationship. If it weren't for a friend's plea, Mrs. Zheng would not have been in the mood to adopt a daughter at the time. Butler Lu nodded. Madam, what you said is right. After Zheng Lingling and her daughter discussed their secret plans and left the room, they bumped into Butler Lu and Mrs. Zheng coming down the stairs. Grandma, Zheng Xianxia came over reverently, supporting Mrs. Zheng's arm. Zheng Lingling said, Mom, I have made chicken soup for you. The temperature is just right now. I will bring it over to you. Mrs. Zheng chuckled. Lingling, you've worked hard. There is no need for you to make chicken soup for me every day. Zheng Lingling said, It's not hard at all to prepare some chicken soup. As your daughter, looking after you is only right. As soon as she finished speaking, Zheng Lingling turned around to fetch the chicken soup from the kitchen. Zheng Xianjing led Mrs. Zheng to the couch to sit down. Just as Zheng Lingling was walking into the living room with the chicken soup, she was knocked over by a figure. Bang! The chicken soup was spilled on the floor, and the porcelain bowl was smashed to pieces. Clapping and laughter echoed in the air. Wow! So much fun! It's really fun! Ha! Mom, are you all right? Zheng Xianjing immediately ran over to help Zheng Lingling up. Zheng Lingling was furious. Her eyes flashed with intense venom. The chicken soup that she had worked hard on for over 3 hours had just been spilled by this crazy woman. If it wasn't for Mrs. Zheng's presence, she would have slapped her already. Zheng Lingling smiled and said, I'm fine, Xianjing, don't worry. Even though Zheng Lingling claimed that she was fine, there was a frightful red mark on her wrist. Zheng Xianjing said, I'll go get the burn ointment. No need, Zheng Lingling laughed. Surely a wound this small doesn't need burn ointment? Suyu. Mrs. Zheng looked sternly at the person who caused the chicken soup to be spilled. Sister, that was fun. Zheng Suyu didn't realize her mistake. Her eyes were sparkling with excited laughter. Chapter 380. Clever Mrs. Zheng, Meeting the Parents One by One, Revised, _2. Zheng Suyu is the youngest sister of Old Master Zheng, and she is 56 years old this year. This younger sister was a talented woman in her early years, but she unfortunately met a faithless man and lost all faith in marriage. She openly declared that she would remain unwed for life and had been living in the Zheng's residence ever since. Then, 3 years ago, she went mad overnight while she was perfectly fine. When she was taken to the hospital, the doctors diagnosed her with a mental illness stemmed from severe depression. There was almost no chance of recovery. Ghost. You are a ghost. Zheng Suyu stared at Zheng Lingling. She suddenly became frightened. How terrifying. There's a ghost. Ghost. You all are ghosts. Zheng Suyu suddenly pushed Zheng Lingling onto the ground, laughing crazily. Ha! The ghost is dead. The evil ghost was killed by me. I am so powerful. Suyu. Madame Zheng shouted angrily. Butler Lu, take Suyu back to her room. Sister, behave, Suyu will behave. Zheng Suyu plaintively clung to the sleeve of Madame Zheng. She looked like a scared child, making people reluctant to scold her. When was it that Zheng Suyu was also a person proud to the bone? Fate plays with people. Madame Zheng's eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. Zheng Lingling, understanding the situation, said, Mom, please don't blame Aunt Suyu. I was just not steady on my feet. Aunt Suyu didn't mean to. If she could control herself, she wouldn't behave like this. Wah! Zheng Suyu made a face at Zheng Lingling. Madame Zheng sighed, looking at Zheng Suyu and said, Suyu, when can you get better? Sister, sister, you are so beautiful. Zheng Suyu suddenly became excited and started hopping around the room. Madame Zheng sighed again, her eyes full of sorrow. Shangguan Dehui lost his wife early. His visits to the park this year were not just for leisure walks but also for matchmaking events. Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi were sensible children. They did not object to their father finding a companion. The woman he met was Lin Fong, who is exactly 40 years old. Her husband passed away 5 years ago from liver cancer, and she remained unmarried. Shangguan Dehui is already 42 and at his age, he didn't have high demands for women. As long as the woman was gentle, virtuous, and able to live a daily life, that would be enough. Lin Fong was a kindergarten teacher, had an elegant job, and was decent in character. There was no significant generation gap between her and Shangguan Dehui. After the meeting, Shangguanxi asked, "Dad, what is your impression of Aunt Lin?" Shangguan Dehui said, "You can only know a person's heart with time." Shangguanxi asked, "So that means your first impression is good?" Shangguan Dehui turned the question, "Xiaoxi, what do you think of Lin Fang?" In fact, he didn't mind much. As long as Shangguan Su and Shangguanxi thought it was okay, it was okay. Shangguanxi smiled and responded, "I think Aunt Lin is nice. She has a good background, a decent job, and a gentle personality. I think she's very compatible with you. How about dating Aunt Lin for a while, Dad? If you find you are not compatible, you can break up." Shangguan Dehui said, "I will think about it more." Shangguanxi nodded and continued, "Actually, Aunt Lin is really good. I heard from Grandma Zhao that her husband has been gone for 5 years, but she has been devotedly serving her paralyzed mother-in-law without any complaints. Lin Fang was indeed a good person. Shangguanxi did not want her father to miss her." Lin Fang returned home with a smile on her face. As soon as she opened the door, her only daughter, Chang Yu, eagerly asked, "Mom, how did it go?" Lin Fang said, "I think Shangguan Dehui should be quite satisfied with me." "Really?" Chang Yu asked in surprise. Lin Fang nodded. "At least the first impression is good." Chang Yu continued, "Mom, you must seize the opportunity. The Shangguan family is a wealthy family. If you marry into it, then I will be a lady of wealth. Moreover, I heard that Shangguan Su is the president of a bank and he is also very handsome." Chang Yu got lost in her own fantasies. If her mother marries into the Shangguan family, although she can also become a rich young lady, she will always be a stepdaughter. But if she could capture Shangguan Zu's heart, it would be different. Then, she would become the true mistress of the Shangguan family. Lin Fang laughed and said, "Do I need you to tell me that?" Just then, a hoarse voice came from the next room, "Hungry. I am so hungry." Chapter 381. Clever Mrs. Zheng, Meeting the Parents One by One, revised, _3. Lin Fang's expression quickly turned intolerant, cursing and walking into the house. "Hungry, hungry, always hungry. You old hag, didn't you just eat this morning?" The room was a storeroom, filled with a strange smell and assorted items. On a bed in the corner lay a skeletal old woman. Although the old woman was feeble, her eyes were exceptionally spirited. "Hungry. I am hungry." Lin Fang picked up a cold, hard steamed bun and threw it at the old woman's head. "Eat up, you old hag. Poisonous woman, loose woman. You killed my son, you will not have a peaceful death." The old woman glared at Lin Fang, her eyes seemingly ready to devour. "You old hag. All you can do is eat and talk." Lin Fang grabbed the steamed bun and shoved it into the old woman's mouth. If it wasn't for concern about her own reputation, Lin Fang would have gotten rid of this old hag long ago. Lin Fang warned, "You old hag, if you dare to create any more trouble, watch how I deal with you." Lying paralyzed on the bed, the old woman was a helpless target for Lin Fang's numerous ways of torment. At these words, the old woman dared not say anything more. Lin Fang turned and walked back to the living room. Chang Yu voiced her concerns. "Mom, what will happen to that old lady if you marry into the Shangguan family?" Lin Fang responded, "Don't worry about that. Mom will find a way." "Oh." Chang Yu nodded. Mo family. After Mo Qishan returned, he told Grandma Mo about Ni Yang's visit the next day. Upon hearing this, Grandma Mo excitedly asked, "Really? You're not picking on me, are you?" Mo Qishan chuckled, "Do you think I am teasing you? Good, good. This is great." Grandma Mo exclaimed, "I must start preparing now. By the way, what does the young lady like to eat?" After thinking for a while, Mo Qishan replied, She prefers spicy food and also fruit. Like grapes and lychees, for instance." Grapes, lychees? These fruits were out of season, causing a bit of a dilemma for Grandma Mo. To get these fruits, they would have to be sourced from outside. Given the inefficient transportation of the times, a round trip would take at least a week. "You naughty boy. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? It's already dark now. where am I supposed to get these fruits? Grandma Emo complained to Emo-chishin. Emo-chishin replied, Mom, don't worry, I've already prepared these fruits. Now, just go and get a good night's sleep, and greet your future daughter-in-law with your best spirit tomorrow. You naughty boy! Grandma Emo playfully slapped Emo-chishin. Emo-chishin continued, I'm going to my room now. Off with you. Good night, Mom. Emo-chishin waved at Grandma Emo. After leaving the room, Emo-chishin immediately went upstairs to share the good news with Grandpa Emo. Upon hearing the news, Grandpa Emo exclaimed, Really? Which poor girl has our naughty boy bewitched? Despite referring to it as a bewitchment, the smile on Grandpa Emo's face couldn't be hidden. Initially, Grandpa Emo had been worried that Emo-chishin wouldn't be able to overcome the shadow of his broken engagement. Grandma Emo smiled and said, I don't know either, and our naughty boy stubbornly refuses to spill any beans. But it doesn't matter, since we will see the girl tomorrow anyway. Grandpa Emo put down the brush in his hand. As it's the girl's first visit, we must not neglect the preparations. Go and tell Ping Ping and Baichuan. I want everyone to be home tomorrow. Grandma Emo nodded. You're right. I'll go and inform Chuan Chuan and the others now. With a pleased smile, Grandma Emo went to Emo Baichuan's room. Next, Grandma Emo called Lin Ping Ping. After learning the entire situation, Lin Ping Ping hesitated and said, Aunt, considering that I'm divorced, will the girl's family feel uncomfortable if I attend such an important occasion? Grandma Emo responded, You silly girl. What time are we living in that you still have such thoughts? Divorce? So what? Divorce is not a disgrace. By coming, you're showing respect to the girl's family and also helping to keep an eye on things. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping Ping agreed. Bright and early the next day, Emo-chishin woke up. He opened his wardrobe, debating on what to wear, trying on outfit after outfit without satisfaction. Finally, he decided on his frequently worn white shirt. Chapter 382, Clever Mrs. Zheng, Meeting the Parents One by One, Revised, _4. After choosing his clothes, he carefully shaved off his stubble, meticulously washed his face, and finally headed downstairs. When he reached the ground floor, Mr. and Mrs. Emo were sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. Old Six, you're up? I was just about to wake you, they said. Mom, Dad, have you eaten yet? Your dad and I already ate. We left breakfast for you on the table. The quicker you consume it, the sooner you can go pick up your bride. Okay. Emo-chishin picked up a meat bun, saying, I'm leaving now. After Emo-chishin left, Mrs. Emo fell into a state of anxiety. Husband, do I look good in this outfit? Is it acceptable? In anticipation of meeting her future daughter-in-law, Mrs. Emo was dressed exceptionally formal today. Mr. Emo, without lifting his gaze from the newspaper, said, The young lady is dating old Six. What's the use of you looking good? Mrs. Emo replied, I want to make a good impression on her. Emo-chishin cycled to the Ni family's courtyard. When he arrived, Ni Yang was in the living room having a meal. Xiaomo's here, and Aizuehua urged, Yang, hurry up and eat. Okay. Ni Yang managed a garbled agreement while still eating porridge. Emo-chishin said, No worries, Auntie, there's no rush. We still have plenty of time. And Aizuehua laughed and said, Little Emo, have you eaten yet? If not, you can eat with us. The pan-fried dumplings this morning were hand-wrapped by Yang Yang herself. Emo-chishin politely said, Thank you, Auntie, but I've already eaten. Ni Yang lifted her eyes towards Emo-chishin. Brother Emo, why so shy? Aizuehua handed him a fresh pair of chopsticks and a bowl. We are all family, little Emo, there's no need to be formal. Emo-chishin stood up, accepting the bowl and chopsticks with both hands. Thank you, Auntie. In a little while, Ni Yang put down her bowl and chopsticks, then said, Brother Emo, take your time. I'm going to change. Okay. Emo-chishin nodded. Somehow his face suddenly flushed. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a little warm. Within a short time, Ni Yang emerged from her room fully dressed. However, Emo-chishin was not in the living room. Where is he? Ni Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. Just then there was a sound from the kitchen. Yang went to see and found Qishan washing dishes in the kitchen. He was slightly bent down, fully concentrated, and hadn't even noticed Yang's arrival. His rolled-up sleeves revealed the strong, fair wrists. His hands were slender, with clear, pronounced veins, a hand model's delight, tempting one to touch. In this era, unlike future generations, men tended to be chauvinistic, believing that kitchen chores were women's work. But he looked completely at ease doing them. He really knew how to put on a show. Yang approached him with a light smile. "Brother pretty impressive." Qishan responded with a grin. "Thank you for the compliment, boss. Also, this cheongsam you're wearing is really beautiful. You're like change from the Moon Palace." Yang was wearing a cheongsam she brought back from F country. The pale yellow cheongsam accentuated her already fair skin, making it look as delicate as a peeled eggshell. The cheongsam was embroidered with lifelike peonies, which were typically known as the king of flowers and were known for their ability to enliven Beijing when they bloom. However, with the cheongsam on Yang, the peonies seemed to lose their shine. Yang's eyes twinkled. "I see you're still good with your sweet talk." After washing the last dish, Qishan leaned towards Yang and said, "Would you like to taste how sweet?" Yang was shocked, her cheeks instantly turning a deep shade of red. She glared at him, shameless. She quickly realized that Qishan, the loathsome man, was becoming increasingly flirtatious. Yang even began to suspect that Qishan's initial innocent demeanor was just a ploy to beguile her. Qishan gazed at her, seemingly lost in thought for a moment. My God! His bride looked beautiful even when she was angry. Yang ignored him and walked out of the kitchen. Qishan immediately followed her out. Tsuehua brought out a prepared gift for Yang. "Yang, you should bring this." "Okay." Yang reached out for it. Qishan said, "Auntie, you really don't have to." Tsuehua smiled and said, "This is Yang's first time visiting your home as your girlfriend. It's a basic courtesy. Xiaoma, if you don't accept it, he'll get upset." Qishan chuckled, "Auntie, thank you." Tsuehua said, "Why are you still being so formal with me, little Mo? Alright, you two should get going. Don't keep your family waiting." Chapter 383, Clever Mrs. Zheng, Meeting the Parents One by One, Revised, _5. "Alright, Andy, goodbye." "Goodbye." Tsuehua waved her hand. Qishan was still riding on that bicycle. Yang was sitting at the front. It wasn't that Qishan didn't want to drive over, but that he enjoyed this feeling. The Mo family, the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Mo, had been eagerly awaiting for quite a while. Just then, the butler, with binoculars in hand, rushed downstairs from the floor above. "They're here. Master, madam, the sixth young master is biking over." Old Madam Mo excitedly said, "Really?" The butler nodded, "Yes, they're already at the intersection now." Old Madam Mo turned her head and directed her gaze at Master Mo. "Come on, dear, let's hurry out to meet them." Old Master Mo responded nervously, Wait a moment. "What's wrong?" Old Madam Mo looked at Master Mo impatiently. "If you have something to say it quickly." She was eager to meet her future daughter-in-law. Master Mo continued, "This outfit of mine, does it look all right?" In a rather disgusted tone, Old Madam Mo said, "The young girl is dating our sixth son, not you. What use is there for you to look so presentable?" Master Mo, "What goes around comes around indeed." Old Madam Mo continued, "Butler, go upstairs and call for Ping Ping and Chuan Chuan. After all, this is the young ladd's first time visiting us, we must not neglect our etiquette." The butler responded, "All right, I will go right away." Master and Madam Mo headed towards the door. Both of them waited with bated breath. Why haven't they arrived yet? Didn't the butler just say they were here? Yeah. Why aren't they here yet? Both elders were getting anxious. Just then, they could finally see the silhouette of a person riding a bicycle within their line of sight. Getting closer and closer. Old Madam Mo excitedly said, "They're here." Old Master Mo squinted his eyes and said, "Why does this young lady look somewhat familiar?" It was only when Immortal introduced Ni Yang to the old couple that they finally reacted. Mom, Dad, let me introduce you to my girlfriend Ni Yang. Ni Yang greeted them with a smile. Aunt Imo, Uncle Im. What? Both Old Master and Old Madam Imo glanced at each other, surprise written all over their faces. Old Madam Imo was the first to come back to her senses, gripping Ni Yang's hands and asking, Yang, you're not joking with me, are you? Did Immortal really manage to win her over? This felt more like a dream. It was so unbelievable. Ni Yang responded, Auntie Imo, do I look like I'm joking? Old Madam Imo shook her head. No, not at all. Oh my, who would have thought Immortal really won over Ni Yang? A thing even she didn't dare to dream of. Old Madam Imo was on top of the world with her excitement. She even felt the urge to break into song. Master Imo finally responded, Yang, come in and sit. Come in. Immortal held Ni Yang's hand and the two of them entered the grand doors of the Imo family together. As soon as they entered, they encountered Lin Pingping and Imo Baichuan, who were descending from the upper floor. The two of them were completely taken aback. Nobody had expected that the visitor would have been Ni Yang. Lin Pingping quickly came over to Ni Yang. Oh my God. Young brother 6, what's this? Immortal smiled and said, Sister, Yang and I, we're together now. Lin Pingping was speechless for a long while. Imo Baichuan, who followed behind, directly froze in place. He never thought that Ni Yang would actually be with that good-for-nothing Immortal. What is Ni Yang trying to do? What's Ni Yang really up to? Is she still trying to get his attention? By getting close to Immortal and having the chance to get close to him? Immortal looked up at Imo Baichuan. Nephew, aren't you going to greet your future aunt? Imo Baichuan had a stiff expression on his face. Chuan. Old Madam Imo gently reminded, scared he might offend Ni Yang again. Imo Baichuan walked up to Ni Yang. Aunt 6. Was Ni Yang trying to provoke him? Then he's also going to provoke Ni Yang a little bit. He just wanted to see how Ni Yang would respond to his mention of Aunt 6. Ni Yang responded ambiguously with a smile, my big nephew. Imo Baichuan's face was turning an unsightly hue. Ni Yang did dare to. She really did dare to. Did she think that by doing so, he would think highly of her? No way. Never. Immortal walked into the house from outside. Upon seeing Ni Yang, she was so excited that she hugged Ni Yang and said, Sister Ni Yang, when did you arrive? Chapter 384. Clever Mrs. Zheng, Meeting the Parents One by One, Revised, _6. Old Mrs. Imo said cheerfully, Xiaodai, you can't call Ni Yang Sister Ni Yang anymore. Why? Immortal asked curiously. Immortal squatted down, looking at Immortal, because Sister Ni Yang is now your uncle's girlfriend. Immortal exclaimed, Really? Immortal nodded. Immortal continued, Uncle, I knew you had a thing for Sister Ni Yang. Immortal added, So does that mean Sister Ni Yang will be my future auntie? Yes. Immortal nodded. Immortal looked at Ni Yang. Auntie, if my uncle dares to bully you, just tell me. I will kick his ass for you. Ni Yang laughed and pinched Immortal's face. Okay. Imo Baichuan's face got darker. He turned around and walked toward the door. Old Mrs. Imo asked, Chuan, where are you going? To pick up my girlfriend. Imo Baichuan responded without turning back. He was really curious to see if Ni Yang could hold her breath. Old Mrs. Imo wondered aloud, when did this boy get a girlfriend? Old Mr. Imo said, Don't worry about him. Then he lovingly looked at Ni Yang saying, Yang, come and sit here. Uncle 6 got a lot of your favorite fruits yesterday. Old Mrs. Imo chimed in, Yes, Yang, come here. The two elders seemed like they would give Ni Yang anything good from their house. They showered Ni Yang with affection, their eyes practically blossoming with flowers. Old Mrs. Imo handed Ni Yang a peeled lychee. Yang, here, eat more lychees. They're sweet. These grapes are also delicious. Uncle 6, quickly peel some for Yang. Old man, go cut a fruit plate for Yang. There are watermelons and mangoes in the kitchen. Immortal, He felt a little left out as a son. A black jeep stopped in front of the girls' dormitory. Mo Baichuan, frosty and cool, got out of the driver's seat, ignored the men's stop sign and went straight into the dormitory. Mo Baichuan was tall and handsome. His appearance drew the admiration and attention of many girls wherever he walked. Mo Baichuan pushed the dormitory door open. Li Xianxian was writing an essay on the table when she was startled by the sudden noise. Who? When she looked up and saw the handsome face of Mo Baichuan, the word "ah" caught in her throat. Baichuan. Li Xianxian looked at him with surprise. How come you're here? Mo Baichuan pulled Li Xianxian up. Li Xianxian, don't you want to be my girlfriend? Ah. Li Xianxian blushed. I'm asking you, do you want to be my girlfriend? Mo Baichuan asked again. Li Xianxian suppressed her excitement. Baichuan, why are you asking me this? Was Mo Baichuan confessing his love to her? The day she had been waiting for, had it finally arrived? Li Xianxian felt that her heart was leaping out of her chest. Mo Baichuan repeated impatiently, I ask you, do you want to be my girlfriend? Li Xianxian knew Mo Baichuan too well. She knew that he was not a man of sentimentality. He was aloof and not good at expressing feelings. It was already a big step for him to have come this far. So, she had to seize this opportunity. Yes. Li Xianxian bashfully nodded her head. Mo Baichuan was satisfied and said, Good, I'll give you the chance to be my girlfriend right now. Really? Li Xianxian felt as if her heart was no longer her own. She was finally waiting for this day. Mo Baichuan continued, Go change your clothes now. Li Xianxian was a bit taken back. Change your clothes. Mo Baichuan said, Put on your prettiest outfit. Was this a date? Li Xianxian was excited. Okay. Wait for me, Baichuan. Mo Baichuan's face remained expressionless. I'll wait for you downstairs. Okay. Li Xianxian nodded excitedly. Mo Baichuan turned around and walked downstairs. Li Xianxian opened her wardrobe, selected her best dress, sat in front of the makeup table, and began to paint her eyebrows and do her makeup carefully. Her roommate, Zhang Yingying, came in from outside and said excitedly, Xianxian, I saw a certain someone's car downstairs. Is Mr. Mo waiting for you? Li Xianxian was a little embarrassed. You figured me out. Zhang Yingying was curious. Xianxian, are you and Mr. Mo together now? Li Xianxian bashfully nodded. He just confessed his feelings to me. Really? Zhang Yingying exclaimed with envy. Really? Li Xianxian put down the eyeshadow. I can't talk anymore. I need to go. Baichuan is still waiting downstairs for me. Okay, go ahead. Li Xianxian was a talented woman, and Mo Baichuan was a big shot. They were absolutely perfect together. It wasn't long before Li Xianxian came to the bottom of the building. Mo Baichuan was sitting tight behind the wheel, his face tense. Seeing Li Xianxian getting into the car, he said, Buckle up. All right. Li Xianxian lowered her head to fasten her seatbelt. The black jeep sped along. As the road became more and more familiar, she asked, Baichuan, where are you taking me? Mo Baichuan replied, Back to my house. Back to his house? Was this getting serious? Li Xianxian was stunned. Having visited the Mo family on numerous occasions, this time felt different. She was going as Baichuan's girlfriend. Li Xianxian said hesitantly, Should I prepare any gifts? Are Uncle Mo and Auntie Mo at home? Mo Baichuan's parents didn't live in Beijing, but at their old house in Jiangnan. They only came back occasionally during the holidays. Right now, only my grandparents are at home. Oh. Li Xianxian nodded. Li Xianxian wasn't too worried about Mo's grandparents as they were quite fond of her. What she was worried about were Mo Kishan's parents. The last time she left an impression on Mo Baichuan's parents, it was not particularly good. With Mo Baichuan driving rapidly, it wasn't long before they arrived at the Mo's household. When they got out of the car, Mo Baichuan held onto Li Xianxian's arm. Let's go in. Okay. Li Xianxian nodded. The living room was bustling with activity. Yet, Li Xianxian did not feel any warmth from the Mo family. Li Xianxian squinted her eyes slightly. Mo Baichuan pulled Li Xianxian in front of everyone, formally announcing, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle 6, Cousin, and future Aunt 6, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Li Xianxian. Chapter 385. Jealous? Go take the exam. _1 upon hearing this. There was some silence in the living room. Although Grandpa Mo and Grandma Mo had hoped that Mo Baichuan and Li Xianxian could get together in the past, they were disappointed by Li Xianxian's recent behavior. Especially after the incident about the gift dress was exposed by Grandma Jing, Mo Rongping and Xiu Jiao had gone out of their way to discuss this matter with Grandpa Mo and Grandma Mo. They felt that Li Xianxian was too vain and did not match up with Mo Baichuan. Consequently, Grandpa Mo and Grandma Mo had given up the idea of setting the two of them up. Unexpectedly, when they had tried to pair these two in the past, they had not gotten together, but now that they left them alone, they had unexpectedly ended up together. What's going on? Grandpa Mo and Grandma Mo looked at each other and saw the dilemma in each other's eyes. A flicker of displeasure flashed in Li Xianxian's eyes but was quickly gone. What kind of reaction was that from Grandpa and Grandma Mo? Didn't they like her a lot before? And what about Yang? How did Mo Baichuan introduce her just now? Yang was going to be his future aunt? Could it be that Yang really had gotten together with Mo Qixin? She didn't know if Yang was really with Mo Qixin, or if it was just a trick to attract Mo Baichuan. After all, Yang could get closer to Mo Baichuan through Mo Qixin. No, she could not let her guard down. As long as Yang was alive, she would not find peace. Li Xianxian suppressed her thoughts and said softly, "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, Aunt, Uncle, future Aunt." Grandma Mo was the first to react and said with a smile, "Xianxian, sit down, don't be shy." "Thank you, Grandma." Li Xianxian sat down on the sofa. Mo Baichuan also sat down at the same time. His gaze unconsciously swept over Yang, trying to find any clues. Unfortunately, there weren't any. Even when he publicly declared Li Xianxian as his girlfriend in front of Yang, she didn't show any special expressions. What did Yang want to do? Was she putting on a show for him? Mo Baichuan clenched his fists, his lowered eyelids hiding the emotions in his eyes. Li Xianxian gently laid her hand on Mo Baichuan's, looked over at Yang, and a hint of triumphant smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. So what if Yang had her eyes on Mo Baichuan? The one who got Mo Baichuan in the end was her. She would absolutely not let anyone take Mo Baichuan away from her. Grandma Mo continued, "Xianxian, you can eat any fruit you like. Don't be shy." While saying this, Grandma Mo handed a peeled tangerine to Yang. Yang smiled and took it. "Thank you, Anima." Li Xianxian's face looked a bit unpleasant. She felt that Yang had taken away the treatment she deserved. After all, before Yang arrived, she was the apple of Grandma Mo's eye, and Grandma Mo would love to give her all the goodness of the world. "You little bitch." Just as Yang finished eating the tangerine, Mo Qixin handed her a peeled lychee. "How about another lychee?" Yang shook her head. "I'd like to eat some grapes." "All right." Mo Qixin nodded, picked up a grape, and carefully peeled it. A moment later, Mo Qixin offered the peeled grape to Yang. Yang took the grape with her mouth, her red lips accidentally brushed his finger, and the slightly cool contact felt like an electric shock. Mo Qixin's ears turned a shade of red as he stared at her moist lips covered with grape juice. He was suddenly seized by an impulse to kiss her. They must be sweeter than grapes. The grape had seeds. As Yang was about to spit out the seed, Mo Qixin reached out his hand. "Just spit it on my hand." Looking at Mo Qixin, then at Mo Baichuan beside her, Li Xianxian felt that Yang was overly dramatic and showed too much. Just because Mo Qixin likes her, she started acting arrogantly and forgot who she really was. Women should naturally serve men, but Yang, on the contrary, let men serve her. She has no sense of propriety. Li Xianxian picked up a banana, peeled it, and handed it to Mo Baichuan. "Baichuan, eat the banana." Without comparison, there is no harm. She wanted everyone to see how virtuous and good she was. What did Yang have to compare with her? Mo Baichuan took a bite, his eyes hiding a dangerous glint, because the scene in front of him was too glaring. He didn't know why he cared so much about Yang. Undoubtedly, Yang was deliberately putting on a show for him, but he still couldn't help feeling angry and upset. Chapter 386. Jealous? Go take the exam. _2. No way. Why should he be the only one suffering? He wanted Yang to taste this feeling too. He didn't believe that Yang would remain indifferent after seeing how good he was to Li Xianxian. He would make Yang show her true colors and bow her arrogant head to him. The taste is good. Mo Baichuan gave Li Xianxian a small smile. I'm glad you like it. Li Xianxian bashfully asked, Baichuan, would you like some water? Mo Baichuan nodded. Li Xianxian held the cup to Mo Baichuan's mouth, gently reminding him, drink slowly, be careful, it's hot. The expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Mo were somewhat complicated. The atmosphere was warm before Li Xianxian came. However, when Mo Baichuan brought Li Xianxian, the atmosphere changed. It felt strange. There was an indescribable feeling. Mo Qishan turned to Yang. Yang, want to visit my room? Okay. Yang nodded. After bidding farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Mo Qishan led Yang upstairs. Mo Baichuan watched their departing figures, veins pulsating on the back of his hand. Li Xianxian's glance slid across Mo Baichuan's hand, a hint of a sinister light flashed in her eyes. Baichuan. Mr. Mo stood up. Come with me. All right, Grandpa. Mo Baichuan got up and followed Mr. Mo. Mrs. Mo looked at Li Xianxian and said, Xianxian, I'm going to check the kitchen. Grandma, I'll go with you. Li Xianxian dutifully supported Mrs. Mo's arm. The chefs in the kitchen were busy, the air filled with a tantalizing aroma. To welcome Yang, the Mo family had specifically invited a world-renowned chef. Seeing all this, Li Xianxian felt overwhelmed. She didn't expect that Mr. and Mrs. Mo seemed colder towards her on the surface, but in secret, they prepared all this extravagantly. They even invited an internationally renowned chef. Of course, the Mo family couldn't have arranged this alone, this had to be Mo Baichuan's doing. After all, the power of Mr. Mog in Beijing is unparalleled. Just thinking about becoming Mrs. Mog, Li Xianxian felt incredibly honored. Mrs. Mo chuckled. Remember to add more chili when you cook. Li Xianxian was puzzled. Grandma, don't you and Grandpa dislike spicy food? To cater to the tastes of the Mo family, Li Xianxian had long adjusted her diet to be less spicy. Mrs. Mo smiled. Yang likes it. Yang likes it? The chef invited by Mo Baichuan, cooking dishes that Yang likes? Was Mrs. Mo forgetting who the guest of honor is? This is too outrageous. She is clearly Mo Baichuan's official girlfriend, yet Yang is receiving treatment that was originally intended for her. Li Xianxian discreetly furrowed her brows, jealousy seeping from her eyes. What on earth was Mrs. Mo thinking? Had she lost her mind? Upstairs, in the study, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Mr. Mo stood in front of his desk. Baichuan, what's going on with you and Xianxian? Mo Baichuan replied, Li Xianxian is my girlfriend now, isn't that what you and Grandma have always wanted? Mr. Mo continued, Baichuan, your grandmother and I have talked about this. We had mistaken judgment before, Xianxian is not right for you. Why won't you listen? Mr. and Mrs. Mo had discussed this issue with Mo Baichuan before. Mo Baichuan didn't react much at the time. Little did they expect that in just a few months, Mo Baichuan and Li Xianxian would end up together. Mo Baichuan responded, Grandpa, I'm a human being, not an object. I can't control my emotions. I can't just like someone because you want me to. Li Xianxian and I have spent a lot of time together, certain things are beyond my control now. These words seemed like his true feelings, but at the same time felt casually tossed out. It was hard to tell what was true and what was false. Mr. Mo sighed. Regarding this matter, your grandma and I are also to blame. We shouldn't have interfered with matters of the heart. Baichuan, you're a smart boy. Think about this carefully. From our observations over this period, Xianxian isn't as simple as we initially thought. Mo Baichuan replied, Grandpa, I'm afraid I might disappoint you this time because I truly like Li Xianxian. Chapter 387, Feeling Jealous, huh? Go take the exam. _3. Subconsciously, as Mo Baichuan spoke, an image of a face as beautiful as a blooming flower appeared in his mind. It was Ai Yang. Mo Baichuan had met many girls, but their spirits were all the same, including Li Xianxian's. Only Ai Yang was different. Even knowing that Ai Yang was deliberately playing hard to get, he was still attracted to her. Although he didn't want to admit it, that was the truth. So everything he was doing now was to provoke Ai Yang and cause her to lose her footing. Old Master Mo helplessly shook his head. Is there really no room for reversal in this matter? No. Mo Baichuan shook his head resolutely. Old Master Mo sighed. Mo Baichuan continued, Grandpa, you have such a strong objection to Li Xianxian, why don't you have any objections to Ai Yang? Although Li Xianxian was dull, she was at least sincere, brave enough to face her own feelings. Unlike Ai Yang, who was inscrutable and manipulative. Old Master Mo frowned slightly. Yang is a good girl. As a junior, you are not allowed to disrespect your elders. Although Ai Yang was younger, but since she was with Mo Qishan, she was indeed an elder to Mo Baichuan. Mo Baichuan retorted, Where do you see her as a good girl? Baichuan. Old Master Mo said with a heavier tone. Mo Baichuan, feeling an injustice, continued, Grandpa, Ai Yang isn't as simple as you think. Let me tell you the truth, when I was on a mission in Dam Village, I met her once. After that, she chased me all the way to Beijing. In the end, she won your and Grandma's favor. Actually, she was always scheming, trying every means to get close to me. The reason she is with my uncle this time is also because of me. Otherwise, why would you think Ai Yang would be interested in my uncle? Mo Qishan was just a good-for-nothing pretty boy, who was even dumped once. Anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't be interested in him. Therefore, the reason why Ai Yang was with Mo Qishan was definitely to get closer to him. Old Master Mo frowned deeper. He was not a fool. He knew Ai Yang was not the kind of person Mo Baichuan said she was. Also, the feelings between Mo Qishan and Ai Yang were not faked. Due to Mo Rongping and Xiao Jiao's busy professional schedules, Mo Baichuan was raised by his grandparents since childhood. Mo Baichuan was a very sensible child, much more so than most of his peers. But this time, Mo Baichuan had really disappointed Old Master Mo. Nonsense. Old Master Mo rebuked angrily, Yang is not the kind of person you say she is. Baichuan, you've gone too far. Baichuan, do you have any kind of filial piety left in you? Grandpa, I'm not talking nonsense. Mo Baichuan replied, It's you who can't see the reality. You insolent brat. Old Master Mo, feeling frustrated, ordered, Kneel down. Mo Baichuan knelt down with a thud. Old Master Mo picked up a family discipline tool and severely spanked Mo Baichuan's back. This is for your lack of respect. This is for your inability to distinguish right from wrong. This is for your arrogance. Baichuan, do you acknowledge your mistake now? Old Master Mo did not hold back. Each blow left a deep red mark. Mo Baichuan didn't even wrinkle his brow. I'm not wrong. Have you or have you not made a mistake? Old Master Mo increased his efforts with his hand. I'm not wrong. A layer of sweat appeared on Mo Baichuan's forehead. Mo Baichuan. Old Master Mo ground his teeth and threw away the family discipline tool. Mo Baichuan got up from the ground. Grandpa, it's understandable that you would favor your son, and I don't blame you. But one day you will know that the person who is wrong is not me, but you. Upon hearing this, Old Master Mo almost had a stroke. You insolent fool, do you even know what you are saying? Old Master Mo massaged his temples. Mo Baichuan looked at Old Master Mo. You know what kind of reputation my uncle has outside. How can you believe that Ai Yang would be interested in him? Although Mo Qishan was incompetent, he was still an elder to Mo Baichuan. Regardless, Mo Baichuan should not speak to Mo Qishan in this manner. Get out. Old Master Mo pointed to the door. Get out. Mo Baichuan bowed slightly, speaking respectfully. Grandpa, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Chapter 388. Jealous, eh? Go take the exam. _4. Mo Baichuan nonchalantly left the study. Downstairs in the living room, Li Xianxian was helping old lady Mo walk out of the kitchen. Back to Ni Yang and Mo Qixin's rooms. A lot of time has passed, and I still don't know what Ni Yang and Mo Qixin are up to in their rooms. Mo Baichuan gripped the stair railing tighter, his gaze leading across the way. It landed on Mo Qixin's bedroom. Mo Qixin's bedroom was decorated cozily. Mo Qixin was introducing each item to Ni Yang. Yang, this is my elementary school graduation photo. This one is from junior high. The pictures from that era were all black and white, but it was clear that Mo Qixin's face was extraordinarily juvenile, much smaller than the classmates he stood with. Brother Mo, did you start school really early? Mo Qixin replied, probably because I skipped several grades, so I seemed younger than my classmates. Ni Yang nodded, I never realized. You're really quite smart. Mo Qixin stroked his chin and confessed unabashedly, if I weren't smart, how could I have pursued you? Stay humble, Ni Yang laughed lightly. Mo Qixin then brought out a small wooden box. These are the marbles I used to play with when I was little. Marbles, also known as glass balls. Typically boys played with them more. Ni Yang took the small wooden box, squatted on the floor, and flicked the marbles out. I used to play with these when I was a kid too. They should be played like this. Mo Qixin took out a marble and gently flicked it. Pop! The two marbles collided, making a crisp sound. Impressive! Ni Yang extended a thumbs up toward him. The two of them had great fun, and soon, small marbles were scattered all over the room. Mo Qixin's room was filled with various little trinkets, even including a game console that could be connected to a TV. This game console was the first generation produced by Nintendo. It is called the Famicom and was released in early 1983. It was not easy to get hold of one in those days. Not only did one need money, but also connections. Ni Yang hadn't seen such an old game console in a long time, so she couldn't help but touch it a few more times. Mo Qixin said, Yang, want to play a couple of games together? Sure. Mo Qixin turned on the game console, connected it to the TV, and started showing Ni Yang how to play the game. It was actually a very simple game of Super Mario. Ni Yang had played this game in her previous life, so she understood how to play it as soon as Mo Qixin showed her. The two of them had no communication barriers. Mo Qixin looked at Ni Yang with admiration. How was his wife so clever? She picks up things at the drop of a hat. They were playing a two-person game of Super Mario. It was perfect for them to play together. As the familiar game music sounded, Ni Yang began to operate the game controller. Brother Mo, there's a mushroom above the question mark, hit it. Hurry up and eat it. Beware of the brick. Oh no. Brother Mo, you're so dumb. Although Super Mario was simple, it was far more interesting than the game Agricultural Chemical of later generations. Laughter echoed in the room. Mo Qixin looked at Ni Yang's focused profile, and his deep eyes were filled with her reflection. Brother Mo, you died again. You're just too stupid. Mo Qixin touched his nose, looking innocent. It's not my fault. Then whose fault is it? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow. Mo Qixin looked at her and said, I was just distracted. And why would you be so eloquent? Ni Yang pinched his left cheek, her eyes glowing with laughter. Just then, a knock came from outside the door. Little Six, bring Yang down for dinner. Okay, we're coming. Mo Qixin responded. Shall we go, Yang? Ni Yang nodded. The two of them got up to leave the room. The floor was littered with marbles. Ni Yang didn't pay attention and stepped on one. Instantly, she lost her balance and fell forward uncontrollably. Luckily, Mo Qixin reacted quickly and reached out his hands to catch her. Unfortunately, he also stepped on a marble. And so, they both ended up falling on the floor together. Thud! Ni Yang's teeth hit Mo Qixin's lips hard. Immediately, there was a taste of blood in their mouths. She was stunned. He was stunned. Mo Qixin's mind went blank. Did he just kiss his wife? So exciting. So thrilling. He wished he could just stay like this and never get up. Ni Yang was the first to react. Nervously she asked, "Brother, are you okay? Does it hurt?" Chapter 389. Feeling jealous, huh? Go take the exam. _5. The hit she had given him earlier was unexpectedly hard, causing Mo Kishin's lower lip to swell and bleed. "It doesn't hurt, not in the slightest," Mo Kishin said, with an indifferent expression on his face. Yang asked, "Does it really not hurt? Do you need to stop the bleeding? Or perhaps relieve the poison?" No need, Mo Kishin nonchalantly said. "Let's go, our mom is already waiting for us downstairs." "Are you sure you're all right?" Yang was still slightly worried. "I'm really all right." Mo Kishin held on to Yang's wrist and guided her downstairs. Downstairs in the restaurant, everyone was gathered. Madame Mo's eyes, expressionless and still, traveled back and forth between the two before settling on Mo Kishin's lips, a smile hidden in her gaze. Mo Hudi curiously asked, "Little uncle, what happened to your mouth?" Hearing this, everyone looked towards Mo Kishin. Mo Baichuan's face darkened immediately. Was Yang purposely provoking him? She was absolutely out of line. Mo Kishin explained, "I accidentally bumped into the wall when coming downstairs." This explanation was worse than offering none. Could you hurt yourself this severely from just bumping into a wall? It was more like he was trying to cover up the fact. Mo Hudi, still an innocent child, nodded and said, "Ooh, you need to be careful next time, little uncle." Yang's face turned slightly red as she silently sipped her juice. Mo Kishin peeled some crab meat and placed it into Yang's bowl. "Yang, would you like to dip it in vinegar?" "Just a little." Midway through the meal, Yang excused herself to go to the bathroom. Just after she left, Mo Baichuan immediately followed suit. Yang had just left the restroom when she found her path obstructed by a tall figure. Yang, uninterested in dealing with him, planned to walk around him, but Mo Baichuan blocked her again. "A good dog does not block the way," Yang said with a slight frown. "Yang, just what are you trying to do? Are you out of your mind?" Mo Baichuan then said, "I want you to leave my sixth uncle immediately." Yang responded, speechless, "Mo Baichuan, is that how you speak to your future sixth aunt?" Mo Baichuan replied, "Yang, you have successfully gotten my attention." Yang hadn't expected that even up till now, Mo Baichuan would still think she was playing hard to get. She had already explained everything clearly. She didn't know where Mo Baichuan's sense of superiority came from. "Move aside," Yang said, tired of dealing with him. "Yang." Mo Baichuan reached out to stop her. Yang quickly used a grappling technique to throw Mo Baichuan to the ground, and said from a higher position, "Mo Baichuan, just how many times do I have to tell you, I have no interest in you? When will you get that through your head?" Mo Baichuan looked at Yang, a complex emotion silently brewing in his eyes. Yang, was she faking it? At this moment, Mo Baichuan began to feel unsure. Yang turned around and headed back to the restaurant. Back at the table, Madame Mo and Sir Mo enthusiastically picked food for Yang. But Mo Kishin was unusually quiet. This was indeed abnormal. "Big brother Mo, what's wrong?" Under the table, Yang gently tickled Mo Kishin's palm with her pinky. Mo Kishin picked up a dish of vinegar from the table, downing it all in one go before looking at Yang with a wronged expression. "Yang, I'm jealous." Yang had just left, and Mo Baichuan followed suit. Considering Mo Baichuan's unusual behavior today, it was hard not to let Mo Kishin overthink. Yang softly laughed. "Big brother Mo, don't worry, you'll be able to explain everything clearly." Mo Kishin firmly held Yang's hand. The interaction between the two was all witnessed by Mo Baichuan, whose face turned even more unsightly. He willingly reached out to pick a dish for Li Xianxian. Li Xianxian had been having a tough time today at the Mo family. Madame Mo and Sir Mo had completely ignored her at the dinner table, continuously making small talk with Yang. But she was comforted by Mo Baichuan's act. His initiative in serving her food signified that he cared for her. After the meal, Mo Kishin escorted Yang home. Ni Yang sat on the crossbar, leaning against Mo Qishan, as she explained how she became acquainted with Mo Baichuan. Ni Yang detailed everything, and Mo Qishan listened attentively. So you're telling me that you met Mo Baichuan before you met me? Mo Qishan didn't add nephew when referring to Mo Baichuan, his face looking unpleasant. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't jealous. How could he not be jealous? He had never liked someone this much before. What's the point of meeting someone earlier? Ni Yang said with a smile, I knew Air Matzi from our village when we were still running around bare-bottomed. Chapter 390, Jealous, Go Take the Exam. _6. What? Mo Qishan slightly frowns. Ni Yang continued, being bare-assed is just a metaphor, brother Mo. All you need to know is that when you met me has nothing to do with liking me or not. Speaking of that, your big nephew is really narcissistic. I think I was clear enough with him, yet he's still acting like that. Ni Yang couldn't help but complain. Mo Qishan's expression turned a bit cold. He's just too free. I think so too. Ni Yang went on, by the way, brother Mo, our house is going to be roofed on the 1st of next month. Do you want to come over? Roofing a house is significant, and Mo Qishan knows something about this tradition. I will definitely come for this important event in my wife's family. Ni Yang smiled. You scruffy thing, are you embarrassed? Mo Qishan sniffed the fresh scent from her hair. From now on, don't interact with Mo Baichuan anymore, and don't be alone with him. Ni Yang raised 3 fingers. I swear. Now that they'd spoken about their issues, the distance between them seemed to be a lot smaller. 3 days before the roofing, Ni Yang went to school to participate in the entrance exam for senior year transfer students. Due to the recommendation from Jia Lan's husband, Ni Yang was exempt from registration and came directly with a recommendation letter to take the exam. Ni Yang took her introduction letter to the principal. Hello, Principal Zhao. I was introduced by Teacher Zhang, and I came to take the exam today. Principal Zhao took the introduction letter, secretly marveling at her. What a brilliant young lady. I wonder how her grades are. Presumably, the grades aren't great, otherwise, Zhang Chang would have directly admitted her to his class. Why would he let her go through this roundabout process and come to take the exam? God is always fair. Gifted with a pretty face, she doesn't seem to be blessed with an interest in studying hard, however. After reading the introduction letter carefully, Principal Zhao cheerfully said, Ni Yang, right? You can go to the 1st floor of Building A for now. A teacher will arrange and distribute your admission tickets there. Okay, thank you, Principal. Ni Yang bowed slightly and then left the principal's office. Such a polite girl, Principal Zhao had a gratified expression in his eyes. Ni Yang made her way to Building A. There were many people coming to take the exam, roughly 200 to 300. About 2/3 of them were locals, and the remaining third came from all over the country. Because she was here for the exam, Ni Yang didn't wear a cheongsam but put on a light blue shirt with opposite buttons and black wide-leg pants. Her age-appropriate vivacity shone through the simple outfit, without making her look too mature. She looked absolutely beautiful. Standing in the crowd, she attracted quite a few people's attention. A girl also there for the exam proactively greeted Ni Yang. Hello, my name is Han Xiaoyu. Are you here for the exam too? Ni Yang nodded. I am Ni Yang. To Xiaoyu's surprise, Ni Yang was very friendly. Xiaoyu went on, I heard this year's math and English exams are particularly hard. How was your home preparation? I'm so nervous. Xiaoyu anxiously wrung her hands. Ni Yang smiled. Don't be nervous, just stay calm. Sometimes too much stress can lead to psychological pressure. Even a small issue will be magnified in your eyes. Ni Yang's response was too calm. It didn't fit with kids of her age. Xiaoyu exclaimed, Ni Yang, you're incredible. Your grades must be really good. Ni Yang responded, not as exaggerated as you say, I'm just pretty laid back. What does laid back mean? Xiaoyu asked, confused. Ni Yang explained, being laid back means you're okay with anything, you don't care about the results. Han Xiaoyu nodded, envious. Yang, I wish I could be like you. Ni Yang went on, don't overthink it, don't put pressure on yourself. Let your brain relax completely. Just treat this exam as a normal one. Just then, an odd female voice arose from the side. You talk a good game. Just show us your real score if you're that capable. Sly Fox. Ni Yang looked up and saw a tall girl. Han Xiaoyu tugged at Ni Yang's sleeve. That's Zhou Shueme. She's always sour and jealous if anyone looks better than her. Ni Yang, just ignore her. Ni Yang nodded, not paying any attention to Zhou Shueme. She came here for the exam, not to pick fights. About 10 teachers came over after a while, distributing the admission tickets. The admission ticket displayed the exam room. By chance, Ni Yang and Han Xiaoyu happened to be in the same room. The exam schedule was quite tight. Chinese, English, math, and history were in the morning. Politics, physics, chemistry, and biology were in the afternoon. The ringing of the exam bell plunged the room into an intense atmosphere, filled with the rustling sound of flipping pages. The exam papers of this era were manually printed, and there was a smell of ink in the air. Ni Yang particularly enjoyed this smell. She took a deep breath, then started carefully filling in her name and student number. Then she began the exam. The Chinese exam was no challenge for her since she was a patriotic person. She finished the 1-hour exam 25 minutes early. After finishing, she carefully checked again. Once confirmed there were no errors, she rested her hands on her forehead and closed her eyes, taking a quick nap. She had stayed up half the night reviewing for today's exam. Given that this was an exam, Ni Yang dared not sleep openly. But the invigilation teacher's eyes were sharp. As teachers, they typically don't like students who lack ambition. Seeing Ni Yang sleeping, they could only shake their heads helplessly. Kids these days, they're getting worse and worse. What's the name of that young lady sleeping there? The speaker was Zhang Chong, the husband of Jia Lan and Ni Yang's recommender. Although he had written a recommendation letter for Ni Yang, he had never met her, so it was normal for him not to recognize her. Another teacher said, I heard this young lady's name is Ni Yang. Right, Zhang, isn't she recommended by you? Because Ni Yang was beautiful, many teachers remembered her face. Is that Ni Yang? Zhang Chong looked surprised. At the same time, he felt relief. He was glad he didn't admit Ni Yang directly to his class. This would simply slow down the whole class and reduce the college admission rate. What a relief! Zhang Chong took a deep breath. How come, you don't even recognize the student you introduced? Zhang Chong said, to be honest, this girl was introduced by a friend of my wife's. I really don't know her. Zhang, it's a good thing you didn't let her directly into your class. Zhang Chong nodded, isn't it? A teacher next to him chimed in, can't deny it, the young girl is pretty beautiful, just that her study attitude seems a bit lacking. Chapter 391. The results are out. A slap in the face came so fast. _1 Zhang Chong said, this girl obviously doesn't have the temperament of a studious student. I guess my wife must have had a lapse in judgment this time. The other two teachers nearby nodded in agreement. She indeed doesn't seem to be the type. Another female teacher said, don't judge a book by its cover. No one can fathom the vast ocean. Just because this girl is pretty doesn't imply she is poor in academics. Perhaps, she had already finished her test paper before falling asleep? It's only been half an hour. Others barely have enough time, unless she's a prodigy. How many prodigies could there possibly be in this world? An hour of exam time quickly came to an end. The students sitting in the first row began collecting answer papers. Ni Yang's seat happened to be in the middle. With a stack of papers in his hand, Zhang Chong contemplated pulling out Ni Yang's sheet to have a look. However, he ditched the idea halfway. What was he thinking? He was actually harboring hope for a student who had slept during the exam. That was quite silly. Chuckling and shaking his head, Zhang Chong, together with some other teachers, took the answer papers to the staff room to be handed over to the teachers in charge of grading. The next exam was mathematics. Ni Yang was a businesswoman. Math had always been her strong suit, so math didn't pose any difficulty for her. However, just as everyone claimed, each math question was indeed very tough. As soon as the exam ended, the air was filled with the sound of sighs. Ni Yang, do you think the math paper was difficult? Han Xiaoyu walked over to Ai Yang and asked with a worrisome expression. Ai Yang gave a light smile, put away her stationery and replied, I think it was fine. How about you? What's your feel? Han Xiaoyu sighed, I am not sure either. Ai Yang, shall we compare our answers? Sure. Ai Yang nodded in agreement. Han Xiaoyu had written all her answers on a piece of scratch paper. Comparing their answers for a while, Ai Yang assured her, Xiaoyu, your answers are almost perfect. You really don't need to worry. Really? Han Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Ai Yang nodded, however, I remember choosing C for this question. Was the answer to this question C? Han Xiaoyu scratched her head and continued, given the set A equals XX equals 2 and wasn't the answer supposed to be B? I also selected B for this question. Hearing both of them discussing it, the short-haired girl sitting in front of them turned around to join the discussion. Ai Yang explained, this question is often mistakenly answered as B, probably due to a misunderstanding of the elements of the set. Set A represents the set of odd numbers, and set B equals 1, 2, 3, 4. Therefore, the correct answer should be C. The short-haired girl clutched her hair in regret. Oh my God! I didn't attempt the last question, and I got this question wrong too. I might fail. Seeing them discussing the exam question, a few others gathered around. Are you guys discussing the fifth question of multiple choice? Yes, Han Xiaoyu nodded and said, exactly, it's the fifth question. One of them frowned slightly and said, the correct answer to this question should be B, right? I also chose B. Me too. Almost everyone had chosen B for this question. Zhou Xuemei walked over with a sarcastic smile. The answer to this question is B. Some people deliberately pretend to know when they don't and try to attract everyone's attention. I wonder what their intentions are. What intentions? Show-off intentions, of course. Just because she is pretty, she thinks the whole world should revolve around her. Zhou Xuemei despised this kind of siren the most. She could tell she's no good, pretending to know when she doesn't. Ai Yang looked up with a smile. No matter what I say here, the truth is always more persuasive. Whether the correct answer is B or C, everyone will know when the results are out. She wasn't in a hurry to argue with everyone, maintaining her calm and composed demeanor throughout. Her serene and elegant personality strongly contrasted with the sarcastic Zhou Xuemei. Zhou Xuemei bit her lip resentfully. So, you mean that all of us got it wrong and only you got it right? There were more than 30 people in the examination room. How could it be possible that only Ai Yang got it right? Ai Yang responded in a light tone. The results will be announced in 3 days. By then everyone will naturally see the answer. And what if you lose? Zhou Xuemei persisted. What do you think? Ai Yang threw the question back at Zhou Xuemei. Zhou Xuemei puffed up her chest. If you lose, you will have to admit you were acting pretentious to gain attention and you have to apologize to me. Agreed. Ai Yang nodded, then asked counterintuitively, and what if you lose? Chapter 392. The results are out. A slap in the face came so fast understood. Zhou Xuemei exclaimed, how could I possibly lose? Ai Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. Does that mean you can't afford to lose? Absolutely not. Zhou Xuemei continued, if I lose, I'll apologize to you. We should add one more condition. Ai Yang responded calmly. What condition? Zhou Xuemei asked. With a casual demeanor, Ai Yang slightly lifted her eyelids to look at Zhou Xuemei. I want you to admit that you're jealous of me. Ai Yang wasn't molded from clay. She couldn't tolerate Zhou Xuemei continuously pushing her limits. Zhou Xuemei's face turned pale and then flushed when Ai Yang revealed her inner thoughts. What are you talking about? Who's jealous of you? Ai Yang only smiled and chose to not waste words. She said directly, just state whether you're willing to make the bet. Bet? Of course, I'll bet. Zhou Xuemei replied confidently she wasn't going to lose. All the students present today will be our witnesses. Let's seal the bet with a high five. Ai Yang extended her hand and high-fived her. After the brief rest period, the English exam began. The atmosphere during the English exam was even more intense than the math one. English had just been added to the college entrance exam, so the questions were relatively simple and the test was divided into 6 parts. 1. Word pronunciation. 2. Word spelling. 3. Word definition. 4. Sentence transformation. 5. Multiple choice. 6. Verb completion. In less than half an hour, Yang completed the test and rested her head for a nap. To prevent cheating, different invigilators were present for each test. Zhang Chang was scheduled to patrol several examination rooms. When he saw Yang sleeping again, he sighed. Only 25 minutes had passed and Yang was asleep again. He wondered what the point was of her taking the transfer student exam in this manner. Isn't this a waste of a quota? If he had known this beforehand, he wouldn't have agreed with Jia Lan to give Yang this opportunity. If the principal saw this, it would reflect poorly. After the English exam was history. Yang's knowledge of history was extensive, so she didn't find the history exam challenging either. After 4 exams in the morning, it was time for lunch. They could eat either outside the school or in the school cafeteria. Even though a meal ticket was needed to eat in the cafeteria, the school had allowed direct cash payment due to the large number of people appearing for the exam today. Yang, where are you going to eat? Han Xiaoyu approached Yang. Yang smiled and said, I can eat anywhere, what about you? Han Xiaoyu said, then shall we eat in the cafeteria? It's too far outside and I don't feel like walking. Sure. Yang nodded. Let's go then. Han Xiaoyu linked her arm with Yang's. The two of them walked towards the cafeteria together. The high school's cafeteria was very large, with 3 floors in total. At lunchtime, the cafeteria was jam-packed, with long lines at every counter. Of course, some students who had rushed managed to start eating at their tables already. It was a difficult time. Many students could only afford plain white rice, not even vegetables. Accompanied by a small bottle of pickles, they could eat several servings of rice. As soon as Yang and Han Xiaoyu arrived in the cafeteria, they caused quite a stir. She was so beautiful. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a unique aura that couldn't be concealed even in her old-fashioned shirt. It was as if she had stepped out of a painting. Wow, which class is she in? She's so beautiful. I've never seen her before. Today our school is conducting a transfer student exam. She must be here for that. She's so beautiful. I wonder what she ate to grow up like this. I really want to know her name. In those times, people were quite innocent. Even if they were really interested, they wouldn't have the courage to approach her directly. For the first time in her life, Han Xiaoyu drew the attention of so many people, and it left her inexplicably nervous. She looked at Yang beside her and there wasn't a hint of unease on her face. How much must a person grow to be so at ease and unaffected by insults or praise? Inside, Han Xiaoyu couldn't help but be slightly in awe of Yang. The two of them got in line at the counter. A few boys were in front of them. As the boys took their meals and started to walk away, one of them suddenly stopped. Yang? Chapter 393. The results are out. A slap in the face came so fast. _3. Yang glanced slightly upward, meeting the gaze of a slightly tender and handsome face. Li Wei. Li Wei looked surprised. Yang, what are you doing here? This place was a city high school, and Yang was just a small-scale business owner. How did she get in? Yang politely replied, I'm here to take the transfer student's exam. It was only then that Li Wei remembered there was a transfer student's exam today. Yang's math grades were good, her English grades were also good. Could she really get admitted as a transfer student? If that was really the case, wouldn't Yang become his schoolmate in the future? For a moment, Li Wei felt a mix of emotions. He even wished that Yang would perform terribly in all of her exams today, because only in this way could he feel superior in front of her. But no, Yang actually came to take the exams. Li Wei nodded slightly, then said, You must have done very well in the exam today, right? Yang said, I did all right. Oh. Li Wei nodded again, his face failing to hide his disappointment. Just then, it was almost Yang's turn to order lunch. She continued, My turn is coming up, I want keep chatting. All right. Li Wei also left with the other students around him. As soon as he turned his back, the students next to Li Wei began to ask curiously, Li Wei, what is your relationship with that pretty girl just now? What's her name again? Wuxian Wuxiang? What are her grades usually like? Can she get into our school? Well, who could blame them for being curious? After all, Yang was so good-looking. After all, everyone loves beauty. Everyone was chattering away, making Li Wei a little irritable. He knew Yang was pretty, but he didn't know Yang was so popular. He felt a strong sense of crisis. Brother away! Zhou Xueme ran over from a distance, waving excitedly at Li Wei. A male classmate beside him patted Li Wei on the shoulder and teased, Li Wei, you're really popular with the ladies. Li Wei was good at studying, handsome, respected elders, and had reverence for teachers, so he was pretty popular among the young girls. Who knows how many young girls in the class had a crush on Li Wei? Zhou Xueme, on the other hand, grew up with Li Wei in the same village. Later, because Li Wei moved to the city with his parents, they lost contact. Recently, because Zhou Zuimai's parents also found jobs and bought a house in the city, the two met again. The fact that Zhou Xueme was able to take this transfer student examination was also thanks to Li Wei's recommendation. Enough with the nonsense, she just grew up with me like a little sister. Li Wei began to explain. But what about that Yang just now? The male student asked again. Li Wei said, she used to be our tenant. Tenant? The male student frowned slightly. Isn't Yang a local? During this period, locals usually look down upon outsiders to some extent. Yes. Li Wei nodded. She used to run a noodle stall. A private business. Hearing this, the disdain in the male student's eyes deepened. A street vendor has the nerve to take the transfer student's exam. Can she even pass? Brother away. During the conversation, Zhou Xueme had already arrived next to Li Wei. Xueme. Li Wei replied indifferently. Zhou Xueme continued, who are you guys talking about just now? Who's a small-scale business owner? Li Wei said, we were talking about Yang, but you don't know her. Yang. So the enemies were on a narrow road. Zhou Xueme laughed sarcastically, who says I don't know her? I was in the same examination room with her today. Really? Li Wei was somewhat surprised. Of course. Zhou Xueme nodded. Li Wei continued, then how did Yang perform in the exam today? Hearing this, Zhou Zuimai's expression became even more disdainful. There were 4 exams in the morning, over 5 hours in total. To exaggerate a bit, she slept for at least 4 hours. Do you think she did well? She slept for over 4 hours? Li Wei was somewhat surprised. Yes. Zhou Xueme continued, the invigilator looked in her direction countless times, but she didn't react at all. So shameless. In that case, Yang must have blown the exam this time. The heavy stone in Li Wei's heart finally landed. As long as Yang hasn't passed, that's good enough. By the way, brother away, how did you get to know Yang? Zhou Xueme continued to ask. Chapter 394. The results are out. A slap in the face came so fast. _4. Li Wei relayed to Zhou Xueme that Yang was a self-employed individual. An air of sarcasm hung around Zhou Zuimai's eyes. So that's what Yang is all about. Strutting around so arrogantly. Just a mere self-employed individual. Both her parents were formal workers and they had even bought a house in the city, so Zhou Xueme naturally looked down on Yang. Furthermore, Yang was an outsider. Brother away, let me tell you something really interesting. Zhou Xueme relayed the story of her bet with Yang to Li Wei with a laugh. Hearing this, Li Wei felt a surge of superiority in his heart. In the afternoon, he was still taking 4 exams. By the time the examinations ended, it was already past 6 in the evening. Yang then made a trip to the vegetable market on his bicycle. They were about to start raising the beams soon, so Yang had to prepare everything needed for the beam raising in advance. Beam raising was a major event. Not only did he need to prepare food and wine to treat the guests, but also buy firecrackers, fireworks, and snacks. Ni Yang bought more than 50 pounds of fruit candies and milk candies, 18 pounds of pastries, dates, and peanuts. Then Ni Yang went to buy 20 packs of cigarettes, firecrackers, and fireworks. Finally, Ni Yang bought vegetables and meat. Ni Yang only bought enough pork for eating that day because if he bought more, it could easily spoil due to the weather. After buying all the necessary things, Ni Yang rode back on his bicycle. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Ni Yang heard some snorting sounds. A glance at the side revealed that under the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, a big fat pig was tied up. The little rabbit seemed to be seeing a big fat pig for the first time, running around the pig curiously. "Mom, where did this big pig come from?" Ni Yang asked Ni Tsuehua. Ni Tsuehua replied, "Your mom bought it." Ni Yang was taken aback. "What did you buy this for? To raise it ourselves?" Ni Tsuehua laughed. "How could we raise it ourselves? Our house is going to have the beam raising the day after tomorrow, right? I deliberately bought a big fat pig back so that we could have a good feast for our fellow villagers. If not for the villagers from Jinghua village, how could their family have easily gotten the homestead?" Ni Tsuehua was not an ungrateful person. She and Ni Yang had always kept this in mind. Ni Yang nodded. "Mom, your considerations are indeed comprehensive. Purchasing a big fat pig, along with the pig innards, would not only enable everyone to eat well but also look good when word spread out. Indeed, they had taken care of both behind-the-scenes and upfront efforts." Ni Yang asked further, "Mom, where did you buy this pig?" Ni Tsuehua replied, "From the next village. Apparently, that family is really having a hard time. They only have a daughter who was cheated and is now pregnant. They don't even have the money to get an abortion. Otherwise, they would not be selling the pig at this time. One must know, at this time, keeping a pig in rural areas is of great importance. Because farmers depend entirely on pig manure and chicken droppings for fertilizers. The annual crop yield depends entirely on how efficient the big fat pig is at excreting. After all, how much chicken droppings can there be? Furthermore, pigs are not picky eaters. Just cut some pig grass and feed it to them, and they can have pork during the new year. A case of killing two birds with one stone." Ni Yang frowned slightly. "Didn't they call the police? What use is it if the man denies it after they call the police? I heard that there's now something that can determine parentage, but the child has to be born first. Which innocent maiden would willingly take this kind of risk? No one would risk their future, so they could only suffer in silence, choosing to abort the child." Ni Yang sighed. Ni Tsuehua continued, "Now some people are really too cruel. They knew the family was in a hurry to sell their big fat pig, and they managed to haggle the price down to 50 yuan from 210 yuan. Mom, you didn't haggle, did you?" Ni Yang asked. Ni Tsuehua replied, "We've all been through hard times. Of course I didn't haggle. We should pay what we should. We can't take advantage of people in their time of need." Ni Tsuehua not only did not haggle, but she even gave an extra 50 yuan. Ni Yang nodded. "Mom, you're right." Time flew and soon it was the next day. Since the beam raising was taking place the next day, Ni Yang began preparing the meals for the beam raising day. Ni Tsuehua found a butcher to slaughter the big fat pig that afternoon. Ni Yang was in the kitchen making pickled pepper chicken feet. Pickled pepper chicken feet are a delicacy in Sichuan and Chongqing, which hadn't spread to Beijing yet, so people mostly ate chicken feet braised or boiled. First, he cut the chicken feet in half, then boiled them to remove the smell. After that, he added spring onions, ginger, garlic, star anise, and Sichuan peppercorns with liquor and boiled them in water for 10 minutes. Chapter 395. The results are out. A slap in the face came so fast. Underscore 5. After 10 minutes, they were drained and rinsed with cold water, put into a large container, and then the pickled peppers and their juice were added in. The pickled peppers were made by Ni Yang last summer. She used bird's eye chilies, and just uncovering the pickle jar brought forth a tangy, spicy aroma, blended with a slight hint of garlic, making people salivate immediately. Besides adding chopped pickled peppers and pickling juice, Ni Yang also added a chopped lemon. Due to the large quantity of chicken feet, a whole lemon was needed. The pickled chicken feet tasted crunchy and spongy in every bite. with the fragrance and chewiness lingering in the mouth. The spicy and sour taste made people want to swallow their tongue along with each bite, unable to stop eating them. Yang first tasted pickled chicken feet in her previous life, so while making it, she couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. They were simply too delicious. The exam ended yesterday, and today the paper correction began. Over 20 teachers were seated around a large joined table. The only sound was the constant rustle of correcting papers. Suddenly, a short-haired teacher gasped, "Oh my God! This student has every answer correct. Full marks." Her voice instantly grabbed the attention of all the teachers. "Teacher Wu, what subject are you grading?" "English." "English? That's truly astonishing." English had recently been added to the college entrance exam subjects, and the general English level of the people was not high. It was impressive to score between 60 and 70 out of a full marks paper. No one had ever heard of full marks. "Let me see. I want to see too." The teachers who were grading the papers all gathered around Teacher Wu. "Oh my God! This student's handwriting is beautiful. Looking at this writing, I would hate to deduct any marks." "Teacher Wu, turn the paper over and let us see the student's name." Yang. What a lovely name. Several teachers exclaimed in awe while surrounding Yang's paper, then they continued grading their papers. Gradually, the office is filled with more gasps. "I've just come across Yang too. She got full marks in math as well." In Chinese, 3 points were deducted for the text comprehension, but no other points lost. Full marks in history. Full marks in chemistry. Full marks in biology. Oh my God! This student is amazing. Definitely a star student. This was the first time in many years that the city high school had come across such an impressive student. The teachers grading the papers excitedly reported this to the principal. The principal, holding Yang's paper, his hands were shaking in excitement. He had a vague recollection of Yang. Because this girl was exceptionally beautiful. Initially, he thought such a beautiful girl was probably just for show. Little did he expect that she would surprise him so much. With such excellent grades, getting into a top university was a certainty. She might even become the city's top scorer. If she truly becomes the top scorer, it would not just be her glory, but also the glory of her homeroom teacher, the principal, and the entire school. Actually, there was competition among schools, and these years, the city's top scorer had been grabbed by other high schools in the county. City High School had not been able to show face in a long time. "Principal, what class do you plan on putting Yang into?" At that, the other teachers neighboring him perked up. Yang was now a hot commodity. What teacher wouldn't like to have an outstanding student? Which teacher wouldn't hope to guide a city top scorer? Guiding a city top scorer would not only mean a reward from the authorities, it also meant an excellent teacher award, and even possibly interviews from television stations. People live their lives for their reputation. Who wouldn't want to become famous? "Principal, I think the learning environment in our class is very suitable for Yang." A teacher immediately near him rebutted, "I can hear you chattering all the way from the first floor to the third floor where your class is." "Teacher Lin, does the learning environment really exist in your class?" "What do you know? Our class integrates work and rest. Even if our class is noisy, it's still better than yours." "Principal, I believe our class is more suitable for Yang." "Teacher Zhao, don't dream about Yang. With those delinquents in your class, even if Yang does go to your class, she will probably be held back." A fight broke out between the teachers for the right of Yang to be in their class. Everyone's face was flushed, no one willing to give up. Chapter 396. The results are out. A slap in the face came so fast. _6. Principal Zhao spoke at the right moment. "Let's stop arguing. The students will be evenly distributed to each class, except for Yang, who will be assigned by lottery. The homeroom teacher who corrects the tests gets to draw in a luck of the draw. Whichever of you draws Yang, she will join your class. Does anyone still have objections?" "I don't." "I don't either." Once the lottery drawing is in place, what else can be objected? "Principal, let's start the draw now." Yes. Let's get started. Everyone was in a hurry. Principal Zhao went on, wait a minute, could one of you fetch teacher Zhang Chang to join the draw? Get Zhang Chang to come over? But Zhang Chang isn't even involved in grading the tests. Principal, do we really need to involve Zhang? Principal, isn't this a bit unfair? We were the ones who discovered Ni Yang. How can you invite Zhang Chang? The more people drawing, the less chance we'll have of getting selected. Exactly. Principal Zhao explained, Ni Yang was recommended by Zhang Chang's partner. It would be improper if we didn't invite him, right? If it weren't for Zhang Chang, Ni Yang might not have even considered coming to our school. Especially since our middle school is adjacent to 2 other schools. But Zhang Chang is an odd one. He had such a promising student right in front of him, but instead let her take the exam. If he's lucky enough to draw Ni Yang, that's fine. If he doesn't, he'll probably regret it forever. Since the principal had said so, the teachers, being reasonable people, quickly sent someone to call Zhang Chang. When Teacher Qi arrived at the staff dormitory, Zhang Chang was cooking red-braised fish at home, filling the air with a rich aroma. Zhang, stop cooking. Quickly come with me to the principal's office. What's the matter, Qi? Zhang Chang asked as he turned down the heat. Good news, said Teacher Qi excitedly. A big piece of good news. What good news has got you laughing like this? Zhang Chang asked curiously. Teacher Qi continued. There's a dark horse among the transfer students from yesterday's test who we think could be the top student in the city. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang's spirit rose sharply. Really? Why would I lie about this? Qi laughed. The principal asked me to let you know about the lottery draw. Turn off the stove and let's get going. Would the principal really be that kind? He even asked him to join the lottery draw? Zhang Chang suspiciously turned off the stove, removed his apron, and followed Teacher Qi out. Qi, what's going on? Why did the principal invite me to the lottery draw? Teacher Qi explained as they walked. This dark horse seems to have some connections with you. Zhang Chang was confused. What does it have to do with me? Teacher Qi continued. The student's name is Ni Yang. I heard she was recommended by your partner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang was dumbfounded. What? Ni Yang is the dark horse? What's going on here? Is he dreaming? Zhang Chang pinched his thigh hard. It hurts. So this isn't a dream. She continued. Ni Yang is really incredible. She scored full marks in maths, biology, chemistry, English, and history. She made just one mistake in Chinese. Zhang, how could you have not kept such a talented student for yourself? His last sentence was laced with a sense of gloating. He was mocking Zhang Chang's lack of foresight. He had sacrificed something significant just to maintain his class overall college placement rate. Truly regrettable. He could have had this dark horse for himself, but to his surprise, he had turned her away. One can imagine how Zhang Chang must be feeling right now. He was really upset. After a while, he asked, Qi, are you joking with me? Is the dark horse really Ni Yang? Is Ni Yang really that talented? Teacher Qi said, why would I joke about something like this? Zhang Chang continued, could it be another Ni Yang with the same name? Teacher Qi shook his head and laughed. Shouldn't be the case, we've confirmed it. Among this batch of examinees, except for a few people named Chunhua Chiyue, almost none of them have the same name. With that, Teacher Qi added, Zhang, if you really think it's someone else with the same name, you can opt out of the lottery. Opt out? Why would Zhang Chang do that? No one could resist the honor that the top student brings. Before long, the two arrived at the principal's office. Teacher Zhang, you're here? Principal Zhao smiled at Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang smiled back. Principal? No matter what, Ni Yang was someone he introduced. Since she was destined to be in his class, he was bound to win the draw. He was sure he'd win. Zhang Chang comforted himself. The principal held a handful of crumpled slips of paper. There are 21 slips of paper here. One of them has Ni Yang's name written on it. Whoever draws that piece will become Ni Yang's homeroom teacher. He then put the slips into a box and shook it. Who wants to go first? It seemed a bit unfair to let anyone go first. In the end, the teachers decided to use rock, paper, scissors to determine the order of the draw. 10 minutes later, everyone was holding a small piece of paper. Everyone was apprehensive. Everyone was praying they'd draw the right slip. The principal smiled. "Teachers, what are you waiting for? Look at your slips." Upon his words, everyone began to secretly peek at their slips. The next second, a series of sighs swept through the room. Zhang Chang hadn't dared to look at his slip. Seeing everyone sighing around him, he felt a sense of relief. If they didn't win, then he had to be the winner. "Zhang, look quickly. What are you waiting for?" Qi urged Zhang Chang impatiently. "Yeah, Zhang, hurry up." Zhang Chang boasted, "Is there a need to look? I'm sure I've won the lottery. Everything happens for a reason, and Yang was introduced by me after all. She is destined to be in our class. How could anyone else get her?" Just then, an exuberant voice erupted in the room. But, I won. I won the lottery." Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw the near 50-year-old teacher Su, as excited as a child. And Zhang Chang's face changed in an instant. His smile froze on his lips. How can this be? Chapter 397. Let you see people through the crack of the door, up on the beam. _1 Was I not the one who drew the lot? Zhang Chang immediately opened the paper in his hand, only to see it was completely blank. Teacher Su grabbed Zhang Chang's hand excitedly, mumbling incoherently, "Teacher Zhang, I can't thank you enough. I'm so grateful that you introduced such an outstanding student to our school." Although he was lucky, he still had to thank Zhang Chang. Without Zhang Chang, it was unclear whether Yang would have come to City Number 3 Middle School or not. The expression on Zhang Chang's face was in stark contrast to that of Teacher Zus. No problem. After a long while, Zhang Chang managed to squeeze out this sentence. The other teachers were all joking about Teacher Su treating them to a meal. Teacher Su, happy at acquiring an excellent disciple, replied with a cheerful heart, Come on. Today I'm treating everyone to meat and wine. Don't hold back." The crowd followed Teacher Su out, all seeming very pleased, except for Zhang Chang, whose smile was forced and who seemed downcast. While the others merely missed out on being assigned Yang, he had completely overlooked her. No one could understand this kind of discomfort. At this moment, Zhang Chang couldn't help but want to slap himself. You only have yourself to blame for peeping. No point talking about it now. In the afternoon, Zuehua held her child and invited everyone from every household to participate in the topping out ceremony the next day, and all the elderly and children at home are also invited. The next day, May 28th, auspicious for engagement, marriage, worship, entering the house, erecting columns, construction, etc. Actually, the house was almost completely built, and it was Yang who deliberately chose the day for the raising of the roof beams. Although she initially didn't believe in such things, after her rebirth, Yang had started to hold strong belief in them. Early in the morning, Yang was already out of bed. She stood in front of the mirror, tied her glossy black hair into a bun, showing off her fair and graceful swan neck. She wore a red shirt and a pair of pencil pants, exuding a youthful aura. When Immortal arrived, Yang was fetching water by the well. She was wearing a pair of pink slippers, had rolled up her pants twice, revealing her ankles as white as jade, with rows of delicate toes, pink and white, like little seashells. Seeing the scene before him, Immortal was a bit taken aback. After a while, he approached Yang and took the bucket from her hands. Yang didn't expect Immortal to suddenly show up. She stumbled on the stone at the edge of the well and almost fell, but luckily Immortal was quick to steady her by the waist. Be careful. He held her waist with one hand and the bucket with the other without spilling a drop of water, demonstrating his composure. Surprised, Yang looked up. Brother Imo, when did you get here? Immortal cleared his throat, speaking in a somewhat low voice. Just now. By the way, where should this bucket of water go? Just put it in the water jar in the kitchen. Yang replied. All right. Immortal nodded, carrying the water toward the kitchen. In the kitchen was a large water jar used to store water for cooking. Immortal poured the water from the bucket into the jar, just covering the bottom of the jar. Emochishan turned to look at Anai Yang. Yang, do you always carry the water like this? Yes. Anai Yang nodded. A bucket of water weighed about 20 to 30 pounds. Even a sturdy man would feel the strain after carrying 7 or 8 buckets a day. How old was Anai Yang? Yet she was doing such heavy work. Usually, girls her age in other households were still spoiled little princesses. With this thought, Emo Kishan's eyes filled with a tinge of heartache. Anai Yang laughed. Brother Emo, what are you thinking about? Let me tell you, I'm very capable. These buckets of water are nothing to me. Just a few buckets of water, indeed, were of no concern to Anai Yang. But the feeling of her boyfriend carrying the water instead of her was completely different. It was a strange feeling that Anai Yang of the previous life had never experienced. Mochishan looked at Anai Yang and said, Yang, in the future, leave all the heavy work at home to me. If I'm not in Beijing, you can directly ask Wu Daming. Anai Yang replied, I'm not a helpless damsel. Though she quite enjoyed the feeling, it was not necessary to leave everything for Emochishan to do. If she relied on Emochishan for everything, wouldn't she become just like a bird in a cage? Moreover, love needs maintenance. If one becomes overly dependent on the other, the balance of love would be lost. Chapter 398. Letting you peek at people through the door gap, up on the beam. _2. The love Anai Yang fantasized about was a relationship between equals. Emochishan always respected Anai Yang. He then asked, after fetching the water, what shall we do next? Anai Yang replied, after fetching the water, let's go to our neighbors to borrow some tables and stools. Why borrow them? Don't we have tables at home? Emochishan asked, puzzled. Anai Yang explained, later, a lot of guests will be coming to our house, and we certainly won't have enough tables and stools. Oh, Emochishan nodded in understanding. Soon, the water tank was filled, and Anai Yang took Emochishan next door to borrow tables and stools. Emochishan had visited Jinghua village many times before, and he once distributed candies and cigarettes in the village, so everyone had a good impression of him. In no time, more than a dozen tables and stools were set up in the courtyard. While Anai Yang and Anai Zihua were busy in the kitchen, Emochishan was setting 2 pots of milk tea and sour plum soup and a large plate of pickled chicken feet on each table. The white chicken feet, combined with yellow and red millet peppers, looked especially appealing, like jewels. Brother Emo, you should try a chicken foot. Anai Yang picked up a chicken foot with her hand and held it at Emochishan's mouth. Emochishan opened his mouth to take it. Anai Yang suddenly felt a slight pain in her finger. She looked up and saw a mischievous face. It then dawned on Anai Yang that this man had done it on purpose, and she swiftly withdrew her finger. You're such a dog. Leaning into her ear, Emochishan whispered, Yang, don't you always call me a doggy? The warm breath spray on Anai Yang's cheek caused her face to turn red instantly. This man was indeed a jerk. Anai Yang reached out and pinched his waist. His muscles were firm and felt good to touch. Just from a pinch, she could tell that underneath his clothes, his body was great. At that moment, Anai Zihua came in carrying 5 large watermelons. Anai Yang quickly withdrew her hand and said, Mom. Anai Zihua continued, Yang, you and Xiaoma, cut up these watermelons and distribute them to everyone. All right, Emochishan immediately reached out to take them. These were early ripened watermelons in early June. Their skins were thin, and their flesh was red. Each bite released a burst of juicy sweetness, crisp and sweet. Anai Yang and Emochishan took the cut watermelons to the new house next door. By now, the rose vines had climbed over the wall. The vibrant green leaves fluttered in the wind, while the bright red buds peeked through the leaves, lending a calming view. In the yard were swings, lawns, and a little path paved with pebbles. The lawn was planted by Anai Yang using grass seeds. Compared to the hard cement ground, she preferred the soft grass carpet. The sturdy, dense lawn was like the one on a golf course, so even on rainy days, she wouldn't worry about it getting muddy. Above the swings, they had planted 2 vines of grapes. At this time, the green leaves of the grapes had quietly climbed up the trellis. The newly planted grapes would not bear fruit in the same year but should be ready to harvest by next year. They had planted 2 large hydrangeas on the left side of the yard, beside which was a small pond. The pond was built with cement and pebbles at the bottom. In a few days, Yang planned to buy some water lilies and goldfish to keep in it. They also planted a circle of orchid grass and an osmanthus tree around the pond. Ahead was a delicately built small building. The small building was a blend of Eastern and Western design. The load-bearing walls were made of bricks, and the exterior was decorated with wood. The intricately carved wooden doors and windows, pink walls, and black tile roofs, in combination with the yard design, created an illusion of being in Jiangnin's water town. The building spanned 3 stories and covered more than 1,000 square feet in total. The top floor was waiting for the auspicious time of the beam-raising ceremony, so the tiles had not yet been laid. Although Qishan had been to the Ni family's house several times, he never stayed long. This was the first time he had stepped inside, and he was a bit surprised. Yang, did you hire an architect to design this house? This little building and courtyard were charming, like a miniaturized version of Jiangnan. Yang smiled and said, I just designed it casually myself. You designed it yourself? Qishan was slightly surprised. Although he had seen Yang's design for the milk teacups before, a house and a cup were 2 completely different things. Designing a house requires not only a background in drawing but also a strong foundation in architecture. Otherwise, the house may end up unsafe. Yang nodded. I've always yearned for the lifestyle of the Jiangnan water town scenes of small bridges over streams and households. So, I designed this farmhouse courtyard based on the books I've read before. Brother Mo, what do you think? Chapter 399. Letting you observe people through the door slit, up on the beam. _3. Great. Amazing. Qishan was so impressed by his wife that he began to worry if he was a good match for Yang. It seems like he needs to work even harder now. The couple placed the watermelon on a table on the first floor, and Yang loudly called for Wang Tinyu to bring the other workers downstairs to enjoy the fruit. Soon, Wang Tinyu led the others downstairs. Yang, you're really too kind. Xiaoma is here too. Xiaoma. Hello, uncles. Qishan politely greeted everyone and began to distribute cigarettes. Still packets of yellow crane tower, costing 20 yuan each. My goodness. Is this young man super rich or something? Last time at the noodle restaurant, they were given yellow crane tower cigarettes, and here at the Ni family's place, this is the case again. As the saying goes, being treated kindly and accepting gifts will soften one's heart. After enjoying the cigarettes, which man wouldn't give a thumbs up and praise Qishan for being a good guy? You have to admit, Qishan impresses people. He shows none of the arrogance you might expect from a wealthy young man. Xiaoma, how old are you this year? Wang Tinyu asked curiously. 28, Qishan answered. Another man eating watermelon chimed in. He is 10 years older than our Yang. Xiaoma, you'd better not bully Yang, or otherwise we all won't let you off. Qishan responded, Rest assured, uncles, I would never bully Yang in my life. Wang Tinyu said seriously, Xiaoma, I'm not joking with you. Yang is our village's little lucky star. If you dare to bully her, all the people in our village will come after you. Other girls' weddings are usually supported by their brothers, but behind Yang there's an entire village. Jinghua village is the strongest backing for Yang. The simple villagers may not use beautiful words, but they will prove their dedication through actual actions. Whoever dares to bully Yang, they are prepared to fight. Qishan said to Uncle Tinyu, I'm serious too, I will be nice to Yang for my whole life. I won't retaliate even if she hits or scolds me. One of the robust men comforted, Xiaoma, you can rest assured. Our Yang is a good girl. She definitely wouldn't hit or scold you for no reason. If she does, it must be your fault. You're right. Xiaoma, you must have accumulated a lot of good karma in your past life to meet our Yang. You're right. Qishan was modest and polite, gentle and elegant. No matter what everyone said, he didn't get upset. People started to like him even more. Around 9 in the morning, villagers started to arrive in groups. The small rural yard that was once quiet immediately became lively. Everyone didn't come empty-handed. Some brought chicken, others brought ducks, and some brought red envelopes. Anyway, no one came empty-handed. Although Xianxia had shown his face in the village before, many people still didn't know him. Therefore, Yang and Xianxia greeted everyone together and introduced Xianxia to them. This young man looks strong. Yang, your taste is not bad. What does your family do, young man? Young man, you can't bully our Yang. Xianxia once again witnessed Yang's high popularity in Jinghua village. Lunch was scheduled for 12:30 p.m. The auspicious time for construction was 12 p.m. Taking advantage of the gap in between, everyone sat in the yard, sipping milk tea and sour plum soup, and chatting leisurely. There are rarely moments in rural life when people can be so relaxed, so everyone enjoyed chatting very much. On each table was a plate of pickled chili chicken feet, but no one dared to eat it, because everyone could tell that the chicken feet were not fully cooked. How can raw chicken feet be edible? There's always a saying in rural areas that eating raw meat can cause mad cow disease, so even if people were extremely hungry, they wouldn't eat raw meat. Grandma, why aren't you eating the chicken feet? Xiaohua asked an elderly lady with white hair. Grandma Xiaohua hesitated. The chicken feet look like they're not cooked. It's a mystery why Yang would serve a plate of undercooked chicken feet. Is it just for show? With its lemon slices and colored peppers, it did look quite appealing, but it also looked a bit unappetizing. If you're suggesting that Yang wanted to host a feast but didn't want anyone to eat, that's simply impossible because she's not stingy at all. Chapter 400. Allowing you to see people through the door crack, up on the beam. _4. Nobody knew what Yang was really up to. They'll try one. Xiaohua reached for a chicken foot. Before Grandma Xiaohua could stop her, Xiaohua had already taken a bite of the chicken foot. Grandma Xiaohua anxiously said, spit it out quickly. You can't eat raw meat. Are you silly child? Grandma, this chicken foot isn't raw. It tastes really good. You won't believe it until you try it. Xiaohua held the chicken foot up to her grandma's face. As everyone knows, when you bite into a cooked chicken foot, there should be blood inside. But the chicken foot in Xiaohua's hand didn't have a single drop of blood. It was clearly cooked. But was it really that delicious? Grandma Xiaohua bit into it with a mix of belief and doubt. Upon tasting it, the flavor truly was astonishing. A tangy and spicy taste spread throughout her mouth. The chicken foot had a rich flavor. It was nothing like it appeared to be. It was appetizing and refreshing. It was way more delicious than braised chicken feet. Grandma Xiaohua couldn't help but nod her head. Delicious. It's really delicious. The others at the table curiously asked, is it really that good? Of course. Grandma Xiaohua replied, if you don't believe it, try it yourself. The others picked up a chicken foot with a mixture of trust and doubt. Suddenly, exclamations erupted all around. Yang is really amazing. Wow, so delicious. Oh my God. I've never eaten such delicious chicken feet before. The commotion at their table quickly grabbed the attention of the tables next to them. One after another got affected. Within moments, there were no chicken feet left on the table as everyone had finished them off. Wu Daming walked in from outside, with a slight shock in his eyes from seeing so many people in the courtyard. Seeing so many people on the day of the roof beam raising showed that his sister-in-law had a high status in the village. Wu Daming grew up in the countryside and knew the customs of the village. If the hostess was not well liked in the village, there wouldn't be so many people present on the day of the roof beam raising. There were so many people in the courtyard that it took Wu Daming quite a while to find Xianxia, who was mingling among the people, handing out cigarettes. Is that really Xianxia? Could Xianxia really be acting so humbly? Wu Daming swallowed in surprise. Brother 6. Wu Daming, suppressing his astonishment, approached Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and said, you've arrived. Have all the things been prepared? Brother 6, you can count on me. Wu Daming patted his chest in assurance. Xianxia turned his head to the side and asked in a low voice, do you have any more yellow crane tower cigarettes? No. Wu Daming shook his head. Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes were 20 yuan a pack, and they were not something that he could afford to smoke. Furthermore, Wu Daming had just built a new house, and he needed to save money for home decor. Qishan handed Wu Daming a few bills. Go and buy me a few packs of Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes, and be quick. Knowing that there would be many people today, Qishan had specially brought 5 packs of Yellow Crane Tower. But after circulating it twice, there were only a few left of the Yellow Crane Tower. All right. Wu Daming continued, the things are on the farm machine outside. Brother 6, you can take sister-in-law to check it out. After saying that, Wu Daming turned and left. Qishan found Yang in the kitchen. Yang, come out with me. Okay. Yang followed Qishan out. Outside, there was a blue farm vehicle parked. At that time, cars were very rare and a few children were already playing on it. In the back of the car were several large appliances. A Swan brand washing machine. A Snowflake brand fridge. The Snowflake fridge was launched in 1956. It was one of the earliest premium products in China, and it has won the favor of many domestic and foreign consumers, also became a source of pride for the Chinese people. There was also an air conditioner that can cool the room. Summer was just around the corner, and with the air conditioner, one could truly enjoy a cool summer. All the appliances on the truck were what Yang wanted to buy, but she had been unable to get them, not because she didn't have the money, but because she didn't have the channels. In the 1980s, the difficulty of transport resulted in great limitations on the movement of goods, making it hard for people to buy what they wanted. Qishan then said, Yang, these are my housewarming gifts to you, please accept them. Yang hesitated for a moment. Brother Mo, these are too precious. I can't accept them. Even though she was now Qishan's girlfriend, she still had principles to uphold. No matter what, she couldn't accept these expensive gifts from him. Chapter 401. Letting you watch people through the gap in the door, up on the beam. _5. Qishan chuckled, Yang, Daming is in this business. It's just a few machines, not worth much money. You don't have to feel pressured. Yang laughed lightly, Big Brother Mo, do you realize if others heard you say this, they might kill you? What others might consider hard-to-get assets were just insignificant machines in Qishan's eyes. He could get as many as he wanted, simply by asking. Yang, accept them. Qishan said in a somewhat pitiful tone, are you going to reject my sincere offering? Yang couldn't say no. She accepted them, planning to repay him in another way someday. When others in the yard learned that Qishan had gifted Yang with large appliances as housewarming gifts, they all came out to see. This is a refrigerator? I heard that ice pops are made by refrigerators. Yes, I've heard that too. Yang, what is this? An elderly woman with white hair pointed at the washing machine and asked Yang. Yang replied with a smile, Granny Chin, this is a washing machine. Washing machine? Granny Chin wondered, what's a washing machine? Can it wash clothes automatically? Yang nodded, yes, it can. Granny Chin exclaimed in surprise, can this small cabinet wash clothes? It doesn't even have hands, how does it wash clothes? Can it clean them properly? I've lived for so long and have never seen such a thing. Yeah. I'm curious too. Can it really clean clothes? And what's this cabinet-like thing? I recognize this cabinet. I've seen it before at my cousin's place. It's like an electric fan, but it can blow out really chilly wind in the summer, the kind that makes you shiver. Cold enough to shiver? Aren't you exaggerating? Who would shiver in the summer? Everyone found it unbelievable. I'm not exaggerating, not at all. At my cousin's place, when it was 38 degrees outside, I still needed a quilt inside. What did my cousin call this thing? A window something? Oh yeah, a window unit. Yang said, Aunt Allen is correct. This is a window unit. It has cooling effects in the summer, much better than a fan. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed about how ingenious people are these days, even inventing such high-tech stuff. Soon, Wu Daming returned with a bag full of cigarettes. Brother Lu here. Thanks. Qishan took the bag and handed out cigarettes to the men. Watching Qishan distributing the cigarettes among the crowd, Wu Daming felt as though he was hallucinating. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed what was happening. It was soon 11:45. There were only 15 minutes left to the auspicious time for the raising of the roof beam at noon. The raising of the beam refers to the installation of the main beam in the middle of the roof. In rural areas, there's a saying, with a roof beam, there's abundance at home. Without a beam, the livestock won't thrive. Therefore, the raising of the beam is a particularly important tradition. However, in modern times, people mostly buy homes in the city and gradually forget about this custom. Before the raising of the beam, the carpenter would paint the wooden beam red. Then 4 carpenters and a male member of the owner's family would lift the beam onto the roof together. This male member could either be the man of the house, his son, son-in-law, or grandson. If there are no men in the family, a woman could perform the task. Big brother Mo, you should join the others to lift the beam. And Yang turned to Mo Chishan. Me. Mo Chishan widened his eyes. And Yang raised an eyebrow gracefully. What, you don't want to? Of course I want to. Mo Chishan nodded fervently. He was just feeling unexpectedly overwhelmed because the raising of the beam is a huge deal. He didn't expect Yang would let him take part. It turned out that he held such an important place in Yang's heart. With an excited heart, Mo Chishan went to join the others in lifting the beam. As a series of noises sounded out, the carpenter started his chant. Stairs step by step, holding a flower basket picking immortal peach. After the beam was installed, the carpenter began the ritual of scattering sweets on the beam and sang again, holding the sugar as white as frost, from east beam scattered to the west beam. When scattered on the beam, blessed sons are born. The ends of the beams will produce scholars. Elders who pick it up will have blessings and longevity. The young who pick it up will have boys. Men who pick it up will be as strong as bulls. Women who pick it up will be as beautiful as peonies. Chapter 402. Allowing you to peek at people through the door gap, up on the beam. _6. The scattering part is what people look forward to the most. Just as the singing described, the carpenter began to throw candy, peanuts, and other snacks from the roof. On the ground, adults, children, young, old, practically everyone was jostling together to grab candies. The scene was very lively. Yang prepared over 50 pounds of candy, plus cookies, peanuts, and the likes, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. So, practically everyone was able to get some. During this era, a typical family would prepare 4 or 5 pounds of candy at most for a rafter-raising ceremony. There were none as generous as Yang. So everyone was extraordinarily happy while grabbing candies. Everyone could grab some. Even the old woman who was hard on her feet managed to grab a whole bag. After the rafter-raising ceremony ended, it was time to eat. The lunch was splendid, with large bowls of braised pork, succulent roasted lamb legs, and savory beef stew noodles. Moreover, Yang prepared a refined gift for every guest at the table, regardless of age. Yang was no fool. Since everyone brought gifts, she couldn't let them leave empty-handed. The gifts were wrapped in a red handkerchief, with a pack of cigarettes, 18 candies, and a red envelope with 5 yuan inside. After finishing their meal, everyone didn't just rush off. Instead, they stayed to help Hua wash the dishes and clean up. There were so many dishes. If left to Hua and Yang alone, how long would it take them to tidy up? The more, the merrier. In a little while, they had restored the courtyard to its original state, all neat and tidy. By evening, Yang walked Mo Chishan home. Brother Mo, you had a hard-working day. The setting sun draped the pair in golden light. The scene was as romantic as a TV drama. Mo Chishan replied casually, not at all. Yang, I never knew before today that a house raising could be such a lively event. Mo Chishan had never participated in a rafter raising ceremony before. It was a pleasant first experience. Yang reached out and took Mo Chishan's hand. Brother Mo, no matter what, I have to thank you for today. Mo Chishan tightened his grasp. With a faint smile on his lips, he said, Yang, if you really want to thank me, do it in a more practical way. Yang knew he was teasing her again, and raised her eyebrows slightly. You're thinking quite prettily, huh? Do you know what I'm thinking? Mo Chishan looked down at Ni Yang's profile. Under the setting sun, her profile seemed to glow. Her clear eyes hid constellations of stars, making people wish they could offer her everything beautiful in this world. Wake up, stop dreaming. Ni Yang removed her hand and pinched Mo Chishan's face. It's daytime, not the time for dreams. Mo Chishan's face reddened from the pinch. He didn't make a sound, only a softened smile spread across his face. Oh right. Ni Yang suddenly changed her tone. Brother Mo, did you hire a teacher for Xiaodai yet? I did. Mo Chishan replied. Also, the publishers have been contacted. They think highly of Xiaodai's writings, saying she has the potential to become a writer. Ni Yang nodded. Xiaodai has always been smart. Ni Yang grinned subtly. Li Xianxian's downfall is near. It's not far now. With a curve of her lips, Ni Yang thought deeply. When they reached the fork in the road, Mo Chishan halted. Okay, Yang, this is far enough. Better get back now. Okay, brother, take your time on the road, be careful. Ni Yang waved at Mo Chishan. After bidding Mo Chishan goodbye, Ni Yang headed back, kicking at gravel along the road as she walked, lost in thoughts. Over at Li Xianxian's. Since her last visit to the Mo family, Li Xianxian's mood hadn't been good. Even though she was now Baichuan's girlfriend, the old Mr. and Mrs. Mo were not as enthusiastic as before. Moreover, the couple Mo Rongping and Xiao Jiao didn't seem fond of her. Otherwise, during the banquet, Mo Rongping and Xiao Jiao wouldn't have made her feel uncomfortable in public. What should she do now? Li Xianxian sat at the desk, her expression filled with worries. Even if she were a famous writer, without being able to marry into the Mo family, it would all be in vain. Becoming a famous writer could only add luster to her. After all, she was limited in the amount of work she could remember. It seemed she had to find a solution once and for all. Li Xianxian squinted her eyes, and a cunning idea quickly flashed through her mind. Maybe she could advance through her child. A rich family like the Mo family would certainly value their descendants, and since Baichuan is the eldest son and grandson in the family, if she were to carry Baichuan's child, the Mo family would surely welcome her with open arms. Then she could become a truly prestigious figure. Baichuan is a responsible man, and Ni Yang is confident that as long as there's a child, Baichuan would be devoted to her and wouldn't think about that scoundrel Ni Yang. She must have a child. With this thought, a smug smile crept onto Li Xianxian's face. She picked up her purse, went to the pharmacy, but the first pharmacy didn't have what she wanted, so she went to the second, the third, and finally found what she wanted in the fifth. Today was the day to receive the test scores. Ni Yang went to the city on her bike early in the morning. Because it was early, the streets were not crowded. Suddenly, a child ran onto the road. Ni Yang's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly hit the brakes. Screech! A harsh braking sound resonated. The child seemed stunned. His face turned white in an instant, and he looked like he had forgotten how to react. Hey kiddo, are you okay? Ni Yang quickly stabilized her bike, got off and approached the child. I'm all right. The surprised child shook his head weakly. This was a boy of about 4 or 5. Because of malnutrition, he was thin and pale. His clothes were ragged. One foot had a shoe on, the other did not. Where are your parents, kiddo? Ni Yang asked next. Chapter 403, Even More Beautiful Than a Fairy, the mother-daughter duo who are actresses _1. The little boy looked up at Ni Yang, fear in his eyes as if shrouded by a layer of gray. After a moment, he spoke in a tear-choked voice. My dad is at home, can you not look for him, please? Ni Yang laughed and said, Don't worry, I won't look for him. Little one, remember to be cautious when crossing the roads. Stick to the pavements, no running. It's dangerous, understand? The little boy nodded, his eyes welling up with tears. Ni Yang took out some candies from her pocket. Here, have this and stop crying. Big boys don't cry, they only shed blood. The little boy looked at the colorful candy, wiped his tears away, but didn't dare take it. There was something profoundly humbling about the gesture. Take it, no need to be polite with me. Ni Yang shoved the candy into the boy's hand and pocket. By the way, what's your name? The little boy sniffled. Fua. Ni Yang gently patted Fua's head. Fua, I'm leaving now. Fua nodded. After Ni Yang left, Fua took a piece of candy out of his pocket. He carefully unwrapped it and put the candy in his mouth. It tasted so sweet. So sweet. So, this is what candy tastes like. Fua held the candy wrapper up to his eyes, looking up at the sun. Through the dyed candy wrapper, the sun, the pedestrians, and the roadside scenery all turned into a rainbow of colors. After trying one piece of candy, Fua didn't dare to eat a second. Such delicious candy, his father would surely like it. Lost in his thoughts, Fua hurriedly started homewards. Fua lived in a cramped courtyard shared by 7 or 8 families. A few kids were playing hide and seek in the yard, their laughter echoing around. Fua watched from a distance, his eyes filled with longing. The wild child raised without a mother is back. Wild child. Wild child. The kids hopped around Fua, teasing him. Fua lowered his head, biting his lip, and quickly walked towards his home, pushing the door to enter. The moment the door was opened, the strong smell of traditional medicine hit him. The window in the room was shut and it was dim inside. Fua picked up a stool, stood on it and opened the window, propping it open with a stick. The strong light streamed in from the window, causing the man on the bed to open his eyes. Looking at the mosquito net hanging overhead, torn and worn, the man's eyes were filled with despair. He hadn't died yet. When would this kind of life end? Dad! Fua ran to the bed and stood on his toes to look at the man. You little devil! Why haven't you left yet? The man's gaze suddenly turned fierce. Dad, Fua sniffled, attempting to hold back his tears. I have candy. Eating it will make you better. Fua took out a handful of candy from his pocket and placed them by the man's pillow. Dad, let me unwrap one for you to try. The man yelled angrily, Get out! Get the hell out of here right now. I want leave. Fua stubbornly wiped his tears away. Fua is your son. Fua is not leaving anywhere. Leave. The man closed his eyes, hiding the sorrow in them. He had to play both father and mother roles, and it hadn't been easy raising the child. How could he bear to chase Fua away? But he was helpless. Now bedridden, he needed someone to care for him for even the simplest of tasks. Fua was only 5 years old. How could he burden his child? Even if Fua was taken away by someone else, it would be better than staying with him, a cripple. Dad, Fua sobbed, please don't drive me away. It'll be good, I won't make you angry again. He couldn't leave. If he left, what would happen to his dad? He couldn't leave his father all alone. The man let out a sigh, his eyes welling up with tears. Chokingly he said, Go. I won't go. If I must go, we'll go together. The man suddenly opened his eyes, staring fiercely at Fua. He angrily retorted, Following me will only lead you to death. Your mother is already gone. Why won't you leave? Go far away from me, so I won't have to be annoyed by your sight. You're just like your goddamn mother, bringing bad luck. Only if you, this jinx, leaves will I have good days. While he was crying, Fua, with trembling hands, unwrapped the candy and put the red candy in the man's mouth. Dad, have a piece of candy. This candy is really sweet, I tasted it. Chapter 404, Better Looking Than a Fairy, the Mother-Daughter Duo Who Act _2. A hint of sweetness spread in his mouth, and the man suddenly began to sob quietly. How useless he was. Not only was he useless, but he had also harmed such a good child. Seeing that the man's emotions were slowly stabilizing, Fua cautiously asked, Dad, can I stay now? He didn't want a good life. He just wanted to stay with his father. As long as his father was there, home was there. Even if his father was lying in bed, he was the only pillar of support in his heart. You're not leaving. The man forced out through his stiff throat, I won't chase you away anymore. Really? Fua immediately brightened up, feeling like the whole world had lit up. The man nodded. Fua extended a small pinky finger towards the man. Dad, let's make a pinky promise. The man also extended his hand to Fua. As the father and son held finger to finger, the man asked, Fua, where did you get this candy? Fua said, Dad, this candy was given to me by a very beautiful sister. She has a very pleasant voice, just like Mom in my dreams. Fua had never seen his mother, but in his imagination his mother was supposed to be a very gentle person. Really? The man looked at Fua. Fua nodded. The man went on to say, Fua, do you remember what your father told you? Fua replied, stealing an egg won't fill you up, but a bad reputation lasts a lifetime. The man continued, Fua, remember, no matter when, we can't do anything illegal. If you do wrong things too often, you will face retribution. He couldn't let his son follow his old path. Fua nodded obediently, I know, Dad. I want to rest. Fua, you go out to play. The man closed his eyes. Fua picked up the worn-out medicine jar next to the bed. I'm going to boil the medicine. Wait. The man reopened his eyes. Dad, what's wrong? Fua looked back. The man continued, take the candy with you. Fua laughed and said, Dad, I don't like sweets. He wasn't fooling anyone. He just wanted to leave the sweets for his handicapped father. The man closed his eyes in pain. How could such a sensible child have such a useless father? Take it now. The man's expression suddenly turned fierce, or you can get the hell out of here. Fua shivered in fear, quickly came over and put the candy into his pocket. Dad, don't be angry, don't chase me away. The man closed his eyes and began to sleep. Dad, remember to call me if you need anything. Fua quietly left the room and went to the open-air kitchen to boil the medicine. Looking at the 2 remaining packets of herbal medicine, Fua sighed. The medicine would only last for 2 more days. What to do? While boiling the medicine, Fua grabbed a small handful of coarse rice from the bottom of the rice vat and put it on a broken tile to make porridge. In a short while, the porridge was ready. The strong smell of herbal medicine was mixed with the faint aroma of rice. Fua spooned all the cooked porridge into a big bowl, dipped his finger in the bowl, smeared some rice soup around his mouth, and then carried the porridge into the room. Dad, it's time to eat. Fua spoke gently. Although the man's legs were paralyzed, his upper body and hands were still normal. He propped up his upper body to sit up. Why is there only 1 bowl? I have already eaten. Fua burped. I ate 2 large bowls of porridge. If you don't believe me, check my mouth. There was indeed some rice soup around Fua's mouth. Only then did the man feel relieved and started to eat his porridge. Dad, I'll go out now. Fua went outside, scooped up a large spoonful of cold water from the vat, and drank it all at once. Drink more water, eat a piece of candy, and you won't feel hungry. Yang rode her bicycle to school. Today was the day the transfer student grades were released, so the campus was crowded with people. From a distance, Han Xiaoyu saw Yang, who stood out from the crowd. She rushed over, Yang. Yang. Xiaoyu. Yang gave a slight smile. Congratulations, Yang. For what? Yang looked at Han Xiaoyu with confusion. Han Xiaoyu was surprised and said, Yang, you don't know yet? Know what? Yang was even more puzzled. First place. Han Xiaoyu excitedly said, you got the first place. Although Yang had the foundation from her past life and was quite confident about this test, she really hadn't expected that she would achieve first place. Chapter 405. Better Looking Than a Fairy, the Mother-Daughter Duo Who Act _3. After all, when this newcomer is examined, it's not like there's a shortage of students with excellent academic performance. Really? Of course it's true. Han Xiaoyu continued, would I joke about something like this? Come on, let me take you to see. Han Xiaoyu took Yang to the bulletin board where the rankings were posted. A crowd of people stood in front of the board checking their scores. Excuse me, coming through. Han Xiaoyu managed to squeeze Yang into the crowd and pointed at the red list. Yang, look at this. Yang? When the people around heard this, they all turned to look at Yang. Could this Yang be the one ranked first? Then, what Han Xiaoyu said next confirmed everyone's speculation. Yang, I told you that you are first. You're incredibly amazing. You scored full marks in math, English, and history. The list posted not only the rankings but individual subject scores as well. Out of a total of 650 points, Ni Yang had scored a high 645 points. That was 80 points higher than the second rank. Surely, this was a score good enough to crush all the other students in the school. Although it was somewhat expected for Ni Yang to get full marks in math, history, and political science, what was astonishing was that she scored full marks in English too. This was simply terrifying. Ni Yang responded with a smile, I didn't expect to do this well either. By the way, Xiaoyu, you did pretty good too. Han Xiaoyu was ranked in the top 15, only 18 points behind the second rank, which was a fairly good achievement as well. Han Xiaoyu laughed and said, speaking of this, I have you to thank Ni Yang. If it hadn't been for Ni Yang's encouragement urging her not to be nervous that day, she wouldn't have scored so well. It must be said, meeting a good friend in life is truly important. Zhou Xuemei came to the board full of excitement. She did well this time and believed she could get a good result. Her results were indeed good, ranking 9th, placing before Han Xiaoyu. She didn't expect that the silly Han Xiaoyu would also rank 15th this time. Zhou Xuemei snorted softly. Her eyes shifted, and when she read the name at the top of the board, her expression changed instantly. Ni Yang was first? It must be a case of having the same name, right? How could that infuriating tramp Ni Yang possibly rank first? Right? It must be a case of having the same name. Just then, Han Xiaoyu was walking towards her arm in arm with Ni Yang. Ni Yang. Zhou Xuemei spoke out to stop Ni Yang. Since it was a case of having the same name, there was nothing she needed to be afraid of. She hadn't forgotten the bet she had made with Ni Yang on the day of the exam. What is it? Ni Yang frowned slightly at this, also recalling the bet they made that day. Apologize to me. Zhou Xuemei crossed her arms and continued, not only should you apologize, but you should also admit that on that day you were pretending to know something you didn't, just to show off. Apologize? Han Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Zhou Xuemei, you must be out of your mind. You're asking a person who got full marks in math to apologize. If anyone should apologize, it should be you to Ni Yang. Not only should you apologize, but you should also admit that you are jealous of Ni Yang. The students around them were not sure what was going on. Whispering to each other, those who understood the incident that day explained it to others. Hearing this, everyone seemed to get more excited. Apologize to her? Han Xiaoyu, you're the one who's crazy. Didn't you see my rank? I'm in the 8th place. What rank could Ni Yang possibly secure? Maybe she didn't even pass the newcomer examination. Because, other than the Ni Yang who topped the list, Zhou Xuemei did not find another Ni Yang. You're just 8th. Ni Yang is the first. Zhou Xuemei mocked. First? Han Xiaoyu, are you sure the Ni Yang who's first is the Ni Yang next to you? There are so many people with the same name. Like the Wang Chunhua ranked 7th and the Wang Chunhua ranked 46th. At these words, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. How did they forget about people having the same names? With so many taking the newcomer's exam, the occasional occurrence of 1 or 2 people having the same name was quite normal. Ni Yang was so gorgeous, and she was even sleeping in the examination room. She just didn't seem like the sort who could come first. Seeing that everyone was supporting her, Zhou Xuemei felt even more chips in her favor at the moment. Ni Yang, apologize. Once she finished speaking, Zhou Xuemei continued, by the way, Ni Yang, I heard you're selling noodles out there. Look at you, a noodle seller, instead of minding your real business and selling your noodles, why the heck would you take the newcomer's exam? Isn't that a waste of an examination spot? In this era, working as a self-employed individual was regarded as the least promising career, even not as respected as the beggars on the street. Chapter 406, Better Looking Than a Fairy, the Mother-Daughter Duo Who Act _4. Back then, there was a term, speculators, used to describe sole proprietors. Among all things, only reading is noble. To these students, they disdained sole proprietors even more. Zhou Xuemei continued, Ni Yang, if you really don't want to apologize, forget it. Actually, I can understand if you don't perform well in the exam. After all, being a sole proprietor means you're up early and working late. How could you possibly focus on studying? Zhou Xuemei was extremely smug, looking at Yang with the eyes of someone pitying a wretched creature. Seemingly, this was a transfer student's examination. In reality, it was a fork in the road of life. One path led to the upper class, the other to the lower class. She had already stepped foot into the upper class while Yang was destined to live in the lower class all his life. Zhou Xuemei foresaw her bright future. Just when she was about to ridicule Yang some more, she saw the principal coming their way with a teacher. She achieved an outstanding result, placing 8th. Could it be that the principal came to personally congratulate her? Upon this thought, Zhou Xuemei's smugness intensified. She cast a sidelong glance at Yang, gave a refined smile, and turned to greet the principal. "Hello, Principal Zhao, I am Zhou Xuemei." Principal Zhao was not in the mood to deal with Zhou Xuemei for the moment. He just gave a cursory nod and went straight to Yang saying, "Yang, congratulations on achieving first place in this transfer student examination. This is your homeroom teacher, Mr. Su Yang." Upon hearing this, the smile on Zhou Xuemei's face froze. She had just mocked Yang for possibly sharing the same name with a top student. Unexpectedly, reality just delivered her a resounding slap in the face. How could this be possible? How could Yang be the top student? She took the exam so seriously and still only came in 8th, while Yang had been sleeping during the exam. Did Principal Zhao mistake someone else for Yang? Or did Yang cheat? Principal Zhao, you must have mistaken someone else for Yang. It's impossible that Yang could be top. Principal Zhao was quite happy now, and didn't notice the malice in Zhou Xuemei's assertion. He smiled and said, "No mistake, the first place is indeed this Yang." Zhou Xuemei retorted, "Principal Zhao, then Yang must have cheated." What did she mean by cheating? Principal Zhao didn't like this remark. The transfer students' exam papers were personally printed by him, the grade leader, and 3 other excellent teachers. The questions were selected by them personally, and definitely nobody else knew about it. During the exam, each class was supervised by 6 teachers, with an additional few patrolling outside. There was no chance for the students to cheat. Before Zhao could say anything, Teacher Su indignantly reprimanded, "Zhou Xuemei, this is a character insult to Yang and to all the teachers at our school. Yang did indeed rank first, so I wonder, whose work could she have copied? Apologize to Yang immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuemei's face turned pale instantly. She had indeed spoken out of turn. Yang was first, who else's work could she possibly have copied? Moreover, her words questioned not only Yang but also offended all the teachers at 3rd middle school. After all, the fact that cheating exists in an exam indicates negligence from teachers. If the exam questions were leaked, that would indicate a lack of professional ethics. The teachers at 3rd middle school are notoriously strict. How could they possibly commit such acts that betray the public's trust? The gazes of those around subtly shifted. They, too, had initially questioned if Yang cheated. But after hearing teachers' words, they instantly came to a sudden realization. Zhou Xuemei bit her lip, seemingly incapable of uttering the 3 words, "I'm sorry." She didn't want to apologize to Yang. She especially didn't want to apologize to a sole proprietor. Why should a sole proprietor earn the first place in a transfer student exam? This was utterly unbearable. Yang slightly smiled and said to Zhou Xuemei, "If you really don't want to apologize, then I won't force it. After all, you've been busy being jealous and accusing others. Slandering people has become your habit. How could I possibly try to correct it?" Yang's retorted Zhou Xuemei's mockery, tactfully giving it back to her. Though not a single harsh word was uttered, each and every one sliced to the quick. Zhou Xuemei's face turned exceedingly unsightly. In front of the principal and so many students, she lost face completely. Chapter 407, Better Looking Than a Fairy, the mother-daughter duo who act _5. As she finished speaking, Yang turned to greet Principal Zhao and Teacher Su politely. Both Principal Zhao and Teacher Su nodded with satisfaction. This girl in front of them was not arrogant or impulsive, she was courteous, kind-hearted yet still sharp-edged. She wouldn't let people oppress her. Indeed, she was a well-rounded good kid. Teacher Su then said, "And Yang, I'll take you to our class." And Yang was now a member of their class. What an honor it was to be part of them. All right. And Yang nodded, "Thank you, Teacher Su." Not everyone gets a one-on-one chance to be taken to class by a teacher. The rest had been allocated to different classes based on their test scores. They had to find their classrooms by themselves. Yang was an exception. After greeting Han Xiaoyu, Yang followed Teacher Su towards the direction of the classroom. The class that Yang was in now was Class 5. Class 5 had a total of 66 students. The whole room was incredibly crowded. In front of every desk, there was a tall stack of books. The most eye-catching was the Huanggang exam paper. At this time, Huanggang exam papers were popular nationwide, comparable to the 5 years college entrance exam, 3 years simulation, in the future. Everyone quiet down. Teacher Huang stepped onto the podium, tapping the ruler. The room instantly fell quiet, everyone turning to look at the podium. Today, I want to introduce someone important to you. In the following time, she will advance and retreat with you and take the college entrance examination together. She is Yang, who ranked first in our midterm exams. Yang, please come in. Teacher Su looked towards the door. As he finished speaking, the faces of everyone in the class brightened up, and murmurs began to fill the room. The first place too. That's amazing. Not only did she score an impressive 645 points, but she also got a perfect score in English. Her academic performance was so good. Wonder what she looks like in real life? Would she be very ugly? Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Yang walked in and gracefully stood on the podium. Hello everyone, I'm Yang, and I as the single-person slang, and Yang is from the phrase, the sun on the blue field warms the jade and creates smoke. As she finished speaking, she picked up a piece of chalk from the podium and wrote 2 large characters on the blackboard. The handwritten words were beautiful, elegant yet casual, even better than the teacher's handwriting. Indeed, her handwriting was just like her. Murmurs of admiration came from the crowd. My gosh! The new girl is too beautiful. Just like a fairy from heaven. Even prettier than Changyu. Can Changyu compare with a celestial fairy? The celestial fairy was imagined by everyone, but Yang really existed in reality. Everyone not only could see her, but also become her classmates. The impact was completely different. As one of the main characters, Changyu, felt upset after hearing that, you guys sound as if you've really seen a fairy. Before Yang's arrival, she was the class flower of Class 5. Once Yang was there, she instantly became an ordinary girl. How could she be happy about that? Moreover, Changyu didn't think Yang was much prettier than herself. Changyu, are you feeling sour? Changyu closed her Chinese book and turned to look at the boy speaking. You think you've seen a fairy before? I haven't seen a fairy, but I know the new girl is much prettier than you. Changyu sneered. What's the use of being pretty? I heard she's just a peddler. After she goes to university, she'll be a university student. Before Zhu Yuanzhang became an emperor, he was just a beggar. What's the use of being a university student? She could even become a billion-dollar heiress in the future. At that time, she would make everyone regret their actions today. Changyu quietly clenched her fist. After a brief introduction, Yang followed Teacher Su to his office. Teacher Su, I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Teacher Su really liked this student. As long as Yang's request was not too excessive, he would agree. Yang continued, can I come to school only for exams in the future? I'd like to arrange my own time for the rest of the days. But Teacher Su was somewhat surprised. Yang said, rest assured, Teacher Su, I will study diligently at home. If I don't do well in a test, I will immediately return to school. Yang's business couldn't afford a moment's neglect now, and she also planned to expand her business. If she wasted a whole year, she would miss many opportunities. Teacher Su hesitated a bit. That doesn't comply with the school rules. It didn't make sense for the student not to attend school. What if her performance drops? Chapter 408. Better Looking Than a Fairy, the Mother-Daughter Duo Who Act _6. Yang smiled and said, "Rules are inflexible, but people are adaptable. I promise I won't let my grades drop." After much persuasion, Teacher Su finally agreed. However, Teacher Su made Yang sign a pledge, stating that if her grades dropped, she would have to return to school immediately. Walking out of the office, Yang felt light on her feet, as if she had shed a heavy load from her shoulders. She was beautiful, and she quickly caused a sensation on the campus. That's Yang. Is it the Yang who came in first? Yes, it's her. My God. She's both talented and beautiful. Li Wei stood in the crowd, listening to the murmurs around him, and looked towards Yang. She was walking under a row of camphor trees, her silhouette as elegant as a fairy untouched by the mundane world. She came in first. Yang scored 645 points in the exam. Li Wei came third in his class in the last monthly exam, scoring only 588 points. Yang was a full 57 points ahead of him. It's as if she has already set foot in a top-tier university. Even prestigious overseas universities would invite Yang. Li Wei couldn't describe what he was feeling, he just felt extremely uncomfortable. Why hadn't Yang failed in her exam? If Yang had failed, he could have comforted her, but now he didn't even have the confidence to strike up a conversation. Li Wei glanced at Yang, and then turned in the opposite direction. From now on, he must study harder, hoping to achieve excellent results in the college entrance exam and become the top scholar in the city. He must be stronger than Yang. Since their last meeting, persuaded by Shangguan Shi, Shangguan Dehui decided to spend some time getting to know Lin Feng. The two people arranged through the introducer to meet at a cafe tomorrow at 10 in the morning. After listening to the introducer, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with joy. Although she already knew that Shangguan Dehui had a good impression of her, she couldn't help being excited after hearing the definite answer from the introducer. That's the Shangguan family. The real wealthy family. After sending the introducer away, Lin looked at Changyu. "Xiaoya, what do you think your mother should wear tomorrow?" Changyu was also happy about this. "Mom, it's your first date with Uncle Shangguan, it's better to dress dignified and restrained. How about this? I'll go with you to select a dress at the mall." "Sounds good." Lin Feng nodded. Mother and daughter ignored the cry of hunger from the storeroom, directly walked out of the house, and went to the department store to buy clothes. Eventually, Lin Feng bought a wine-red dress and a pair of high heels. It cost her 68 yuan, which was equivalent to her 2-month salary. She felt heartache when paying, but thinking that she was about to become a wealthy lady, she didn't feel anything anymore. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. As long as she could marry into a wealthy family, not to mention 68 yuan, even if it was 680 yuan, she would be willing to spend it. After buying the clothes, the mother and daughter happily left the department store. Just as they left the front door of the mall, Lin Feng was bumped into by a raggedly dressed child. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." The child immediately apologized. "You're disgusting. Stay away from me." Lin Feng pushed the child to the ground. "Mom." Changyu pulled at Lin Feng's sleeve and signaled her to look ahead with her eyes. Looking around, she saw Shangguan Shi and Shangguan Dehui approaching them, arm in arm. It looked like they hadn't seen what happened just now. Lin Feng's face changed and she quickly helped the child up and said warmly, "Are you okay, dear? It's all my fault. I wasn't careful." To prevent the child from crying, Lin Feng took out a yuan and slipped it into the child's pocket, warning in a low voice, "Cooperate with me, and this yuan is yours." The child felt the coin in his pocket and nodded. Then Lin Feng said, "What's your name, dear? How old are you? Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" "Imfua, 5 years old. I came out to play by myself, and my daddy is at home." They were almost out of rice at home, and Fua was trying to find something edible in the garbage bins. Those who come to the mall to shop are wealthy people, and the food they can't finish will be thrown into the garbage bin. Fua had found a lot of delicious food in the garbage bin before. Fua, what a nice name. Lin Fong continued, your clothes are all torn. Would you like Auntie to buy you a new dress? Fua was considerate and said, thank you, Auntie, my clothes are torn, but they still can be worn. Changyu laughed and said, Fua, you don't have to be polite with my mom. She is a very kind-hearted person. If she doesn't buy you a dress, she won't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Fong led Fua by the hand into the market. Come on, Auntie will buy you new clothes. After Lin Fong and Changyu left, Sheng Guanxi and Sheng Guandehui came out from the corner. Sheng Guanxi said, Dad, you see, Lin Auntie is a nice person, right? Sheng Guandehui nodded. She seems to be a good person, but I don't know whether she put on this performance on purpose for us to see. I always feel that her daughter Changyu seem to have noticed us. Sheng Guanxi laughed and said, Dad, you're overthinking. Lin Auntie is really a good person. How could she put on a show for you? Sheng Guandehui continued, maybe I'm overthinking. Sheng Guanxi held Sheng Guandehui's arm. Dad, tomorrow is your first date with Lin Auntie. You need to behave well. Shall I take you to the salon to get your hair done? All right. Sheng Guandehui nodded. The father and daughter head towards the salon nearby. When the father and daughter had entered the salon, Lin Fong and Changyu came out of the back door of the mall with Fua. Lin Fong disgustedly let go of Fua's hand. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. You bring me bad luck. Fua was still in the same ragged clothes, tightly clenching the yuan in his pocket, and ran away quickly. At that time, rice was sold at 2 cents per pound. With 1 yuan, you could buy 5 pounds of rice, which would feed him and his father for more than 10 days if there are only porridge. After buying 5 pounds of rice, Fua went to the vegetable market to pick up discarded vegetable leaves. Soon, Fua had collected half a bag of vegetable leaves. Looking at these vegetable leaves, Fua revealed a satisfied smile. He was fortunate today as he hadn't run into the grandma who usually picks up vegetable leaves too. Having so many leaves, adding to the porridge could last them half a month. Feeling more and more cheerful, Fua couldn't help taking out a candy from his pocket to reward himself. Chapter 409. Corporate Development and Culture. Fua is the son of Li Xianxian. _1 After coming out of school, Ni Yang went to the flower and bird market. It's Tuesday today, and not many people are at the flower and bird market. This is the largest flower and bird market in Beijing, covering over 1,000 square meters with rows of stalls held up by plastic canopies. Ni Yang approached a green plant stall, picked up a piece of water lily rhizome, and asked, How much is this water lily, boss? The rhizomes of water lilies are different from those of lotus. The rhizome of a lotus is edible lotus root, but the rhizome of a water lily is a tuber, much like a knotted lump of wood. The water lilies are 5 cents each, the boss replied. Ni Yang continued, It'll take 10 and 12 goldfish. Seeing Ni Yang buying so much, the green plant boss instantly became more enthusiastic. Okay, young lady, I'll pack these up for you. Do you want anything else in addition to these? How much is this mina? Ni Yang noticed a bird cage hanging from the top of the canopy. Inside were 2 vivacious minas. Minas are very perceptive birds. Not only can they imitate the calls of other birds, they can also mimic simple human language. Moreover, minas can recognize their home and owner. Just like dogs, they're very loyal. The green plant boss continued, If you really want to buy a mina, I have a young one at home. You can't really take care of the adult ones like these. Can't really take care of is a colloquial term, meaning it can't be fed until it becomes familiar. Young lady, wait a moment for me, I'll fetch the young bird from inside for you to see. The green plant boss turned and went back inside. When he came back out, he was carrying a bird's nest with a young bird inside whose feathers haven't fully grown. The young bird looked a bit ugly, opening its mouth at the sight of people as if wanting to eat. The green plant boss picked up an insect from the side and fed it to the young bird's mouth. See, this kind of young bird is easy to feed. Speaking of minas, it's indeed better to start feeding them from when they are young. Ni Yang went on, How much is this young bird? This one is 5 yuan each, I'll throw in the nest for free. 5 yuan? At this time, a laborer's day wage is just 1 yuan. Does the boss really think she's a fool? Yang didn't say much and simply replied, I will take it for 1 yuan. The green plant boss laughed, young lady, don't joke with me. I won't even be able to cover the cost if it's 1 yuan. Yang said, then forget it, I'll go look at other places. With that, Yang turned and walked away. The green plant boss had seen this tactic many times. He didn't believe Yang would really leave. He had been in business for many years and could tell at a glance that Yang liked the young bird. He believed that Yang would come back in about 5 minutes. It was precisely because he was sure that Yang liked this young bird so much that the green plant boss deliberately marked up the price. The green plant boss leisurely lit his air-cured tobacco, lay down in his deck chair waiting for Yang to return. About 10 minutes later, the green plant boss saw Yang's figure again. The green plant boss immediately brightened up, sitting up from the deck chair. Just as he was about to tease Yang, he saw the water lily rhizomes and bird cage in her hands, and his smile froze on his face. Bought it already? Didn't Yang really like that young bird just now? How did she buy from other shops so quickly? The green plant boss felt bitter in his heart for a moment. He wished he could turn back time and sell it to Yang for 1 yuan. If he had sold it for 1 yuan, he could have at least earned 50 cents. With the water lilies and goldfish, he could have made around 1 yuan from this deal. Now, not only did he not make a single cent, but he was also left irritated. When Yang got home, she first settled the young myna's nest on the osmanthus tree in the yard and then fed it a few worms. Then she took a pail and a shovel, ready to dig some river mud to plant the water lilies. It was early summer, the river was not very deep, so Yang easily dug up a large pail of river mud. Besides the river mud, Yang also picked a large rock, which can be placed in the pond for decoration. Sister Yang, well help you. A few children ran over from a distance, one of them took the rock, and 2 others helped lift the pail. Xiaohua, Penghu, Guichang, thank you. The 3 boys laughed and said, Sister Yang, no need to be polite. Yang is now the most popular person among this group of children. She is pretty, and her speaking voice is pleasant, all the children like her a lot. Chapter 4:10 Business Development and Culture. Fua is the son of Li Xianxian. _2. As soon as they arrived at the family's courtyard, the children dropped everything and bolted. They did this because Yang was just too warm-hearted. If they didn't run away quickly, Yang would definitely give them more candies and snacks. The kids weren't helping Sister Yang just for food. Though they were young, they were sensible. Looking at the children scampering away, a faint smile floated on Yang's face, and the sunlight shining through the leaves dappled her with a halo. If the scene had to be described in 2 phrases, they would be, the time is peaceful, life is stable. Having brought the buckets and stones into the yard, Yang began planting her water lilies. She poured river mud into the pond, burrowed the roots of the lilies into the muck, then filled it with water and set the goldfish in. The goldfish proved resilient. They swam happily through the pond as soon as they were put in. The pond's drainage and waste system were designed exceptionally. There was no need to worry about foul-smelling water. Now all that was left was to wait for the lily pads to sprout. 6th sister-in-law. Wu Daming's voice called from outside. It's here. Yang rolled up her sleeve and walked outside. 6th sister-in-law. Wu Daming hopped off the farm vehicle. I have delivered the sterilizer and the other machines. Which room do you want me to move them into? Yang smiled and replied, move them to the new house. While building the new house, Yang designed 3 additional small bungalows behind it for a sterile room to make skincare products. If she was planning to expand her skincare product business, she must make it official so that her competitors would have no grounds for criticism. The market was a battlefield, and with the experience from her past life, Yang would not let down her guard. All right. Wu Daming turned to look at the agricultural vehicle. You guys, come down. 3 more people hopped off the farm vehicle. Now with Wu Daming, 4 people in total helped carry the machines into the house. The walls inside the bungalow were lime-washed and the floors were laid with tiles of the same color. The inside looked clean and tidy. There were a total of 3 sterilizers, 1 for each room. In addition to the sterilizers, Yang had also requested 6 cream making and mixing machines. Wu Daming was a very responsible person. Once he had placed the machines and made sure they were powered correctly, he said goodbye to Yang. Wu Daming, wait a moment. Yang called to him as he was about to leave. 6th sister-in-law, is there anything else you need? Wu Daming curiously asked. Yang said, you forgot to collect the money. How much for the machines? Wu Daming had not expected Yang to be willing to pay. After all, she was now officially with Immortal. A normal person would take advantage of a little favor if they could. However, it seemed Yang had no intention of taking advantage of him. Wu Daming hesitated for a moment, then said, 6th sister-in-law, wait a moment. I'll check the account book in the car. Okay. Yang nodded. After a short while, Wu Daming returned inside and said, 6th sister-in-law, the machines net to a total of 60,000 yuan. Though 60,000 yuan was no small sum, it was a fair price for all these imported machines. Transportation was not well developed at that time, and sometimes it took a lot of effort and connections just to buy the things one wanted. Yang then said, I don't have that much cash on hand right now. You give me an account number, and I'll do a bank transfer for you tomorrow. All right. Wu Daming nodded, took a piece of paper from his pocket, and wrote down an account number for Yang. Yang slips the note into her pocket. The latest I'll wire you is tomorrow afternoon. Wu Daming chuckled, then said, I'm not in a hurry for the money. Wire it over whenever it is convenient for you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. Hold on a moment. Yang went back into the house. Wu Daming did as told and waited. Shortly after, Yang came out with a bag. She took out 4 small packages and handed them to Wu Daming and the workers behind him. These are the sweets we bought for the housewarming a few days ago. It's a small token of my appreciation. Wu Daming gratefully accepted them and said, You are too kind, 6th sister-in-law. It's just a bag of candies. Wu Daming turned to the 3 workers behind him and said, Why don't you thank 6th sister-in-law? Thank you, 6th sister-in-law. The 3 men voiced their thanks in unison. Chapter 411. Business Development and Culture. Fua is the son of Li Xianxian. _3. Sister Li, we'll be heading back now. Alright, take care on the way and be safe. Yang escorted the 4 of them out. Upon getting into the car, one of the workers opened the bag of candy given by Yang and exclaimed in surprise, Wow! Sister Li is so generous. There's not just candy in here, but cigarettes too. Cigarettes? The others, upon hearing this, immediately perked up. They quickly opened their bags to discover that besides candy, there was indeed a pack of cigarettes. Another worker exclaimed, There's a red envelope. Do any of you have a red envelope? Seriously, there's a red envelope? Wu Daming, who was driving, asked in disbelief. Yes, there's a red envelope, the worker replied while opening it. I just don't know if it's empty. One worker who had already opened theirs joyfully declared, It's not empty, there's money in it. I have 18 yuan here, check how much you guys have. I also have 18 yuan. Me too. Wu Daming pulled the car over to the side of the road and opened his own bag of candy to check. Heavens! Inside, there indeed was a red envelope and cigarettes. Yang was incredibly sensible. It wasn't surprising she could manage business so well. Yang, who was here? Zihua walked in from next door the moment Wu Daming had left. Although the new house was already built, it hadn't been finely decorated yet, so they were still temporarily living with Chinghe. It was Wu Daming. Yang explained, Mom, Wu Daming sent over the machines for producing skincare products. Next month, the second Ice Touch Jade Skin physical store will open. We can think about hiring a few people to manage the skincare products. Although Ice Touch Jade Skin only had one physical store, they were overwhelmed with orders, needing temporary workers for at least 15 days of the month. Once the branch store opened next month, they'd undoubtedly be even busier. Plus, Yang was planning to introduce a new product, face masks. Yang Shulin had already sent over the mask samples last month. With Ni Yang's confirmation that there were no issues, the mask sheets would arrive in bulk at the end of the month. Ni Cuehua nodded. Yang, how many people do you think we should hire? Ni Yang thought for a moment. Let's start with 5. All right, I'll mention it in the village tomorrow. Is the wage still 35 yuan? Let's set the wage at 40 yuan. Ni Yang continued. Next month, I'll also raise Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang's wages to 40 yuan. Ni Yang was a good boss. If she could afford meat, she wouldn't let her employees have thin gruel. Every employee's support and hard work is crucial to a company's success. If the employees don't love their job, it's only a matter of time before the company goes under. What makes employees love their job? Besides a good company culture, a good salary is crucial. All people are the same. No one works for love for no reason. Ni Yang, having started from the bottom, understood workers' psychology well. Consider a simple example. 2 best friends held the same job, but they worked at different companies. If the salary of one was a third higher than the other, one wouldn't need to guess what would happen. The one earning less would attempt to switch to the other company, while the other would stay put, work hard, and not give anyone a chance to poach her. A company that makes its employees want to quit is not a good company. Ni Cuehua never interfered in Ni Yang's business matters. She simply nodded her head and repeated, "All right, I'll bring it up in the village tomorrow. By the way, Mom, how much aloe vera and portulaca have we harvested lately?" Ni Yang asked. Ni Cuehua replied, "All the aloe vera and portulaca we've harvested recently have been used to make skincare products. We have no inventory left." Ice Touch Jade Skin, due to its effectiveness, had become popular all over Beijing. People from nearby cities had even heard of it and came to buy it. The number of employees at the Ice Touch Jade Skin physical store had increased from the initial 4 to 6. No inventory left? Ni Yang frowned slightly. What about the roses? Ni Cuehua replied, "We've harvested around 50 gene of roses. They've all been made into pure rose dew and rose essential oil. After distilling rose petals, 2 products can be extracted. One is rose essential oil, and the other is pure rose dew. Approximately 0.0025 g of rose dew and 0.0002 g of essential oil can be made from a single gene of rose petals." Chapter 412. Business Development and Culture. Fua is the son of Li Xianxian. _4. Therefore, rose essential oil is the most expensive essential oil in the world, also known as the queen of essential oils. Rose essential oil can balance female hormonal imbalances, nourish relieve menstrual pain, improve menopausal discomfort, and has good effects on skincare, such as whitening and nourishing the face, promoting the breakdown of melanin, calming, reducing stress, and promoting sleep. Whether it is sold individually or added to skincare products, rose essential oil has a very good effect. Meanwhile, rose hydrosol can be used to make face masks. Ni Yang calculated in her mind, then said, 50 kilograms of roses can only produce 0.125 g of hydrosol and 0.001 g of essential oil, which is far from enough. Mom, tell everyone tomorrow not to grow early rice or late rice today, but instead grow roses, aloe vera, and portulaca. No matter how much they grow, I will buy it all. The villagers of Jinghua village are generally kind-hearted. They worry that buying too many aloes and roses will leave Ni Yang with a loss. Although growing flowers and aloe vera makes much more money than growing rice, each household only grows a small amount of them, primarily focusing on growing rice. After thinking about it, Ni Yang continued, "If no one believes me, tell them that if they want grow these plants, then I can only buy them from other villages. In fact, collecting these goods outside is very simple. The price given by Ni Yang is so high that as long as she opens her mouth, people will deliver goods to her doorstep." The reason why Ni Yang chose to purchase within Jinghua village is because she wants to lead everyone to prosperity. First small money, then big money. Okay, Mom understands. Ni Cuehua replied. The next day, when Ni Cuehua mentioned this matter under the big pagoda tree in the village center, Everyone looked surprised. Yang Yang's mom, are you serious? You're not joking with us? According to what Ni Yang said before, aloe 1 cent per kilogram, portulaca 1 cent per kilogram, rose 2 cents per kilogram. If they planted these crops on all their land, they would earn at least 1 to 2,000 yuan a year. What does earning 1 or 2,000 yuan a year mean? You have to know, at this time the monthly rent is only about 10 yuan. Ordinary farmers can earn at most 1 or 200 yuan a year by farming. This is no different from getting rich overnight. And Cui Hua said very seriously, what's there to joke about such a thing? This is exactly what Yang Yang said, and she also said that if you all don't grow these crops, she can only go to other villages to buy them. How can they let other villages take advantage of such a good opportunity? Plant, we will plant when we go back. Our family was planning to sow rice seedlings tomorrow. Since you said so, Yang Yang's mom, I will plant aloe vera when I go back. Then my family will grow more roses and portulaca. Yang Yang really is our village's lucky star. Ever since she came to the village, our lives have been getting better and better, and we have more hope for the future. Yang Yang's mom, you must have earned a lot of good karma in your previous life to have such a good daughter like Yang Yang in this life. Hearing the praises for Ni Yang, Anita Hua, as a mother, was also happy. Ni Yang is now handling the remittance procedure for Wu Daming in the bank. This era is different from future ones. In the future, remittances can be handled in 3 seconds by just transferring an account on your mobile phone. But in this era, you need to personally go to the bank counter to handle it and compare various pieces of information. It can't be done without 2 hours. Ni Yang had been sitting at the counter for more than an hour, and only half of the procedures had been completed. Ni Yang couldn't leave and couldn't do anything else while sitting here, so she bowed her head and wrote a corporate planning book on the counter. When her information is needed for verification, the bank teller can just call her. Miss Ni. The teller's voice echoed in the air again. Ni Yang looked up and saw a handsome face. Shengguan. Where did the female teller just go? Shengguan Su seemed to see Ni Yang's confusion, smiled and explained, my colleague needed to go out for a while, so she asked me to cover for her on the counter. Ni Yang nodded. Mr. Shengguan is a good leader. It is not easy for a bank president to do this. Shengguan Su modestly said, I'm just a nominal leader. By the way, is the recipient called Wu Daming? Is the residential address at 399 Shihai Road? Yes. Direct remittance of 60,000 yuan? Shengguan Su asked again. Yes. Ni Yang nodded. Chapter 413, Business Development and Culture. Fua is the son of Li Xianxian. _5. There are 2 remittance forms in total. Do you need a copy of the form mailed to the recipient? Ni Yang replied, send it over. After all, 60,000 yuan wasn't a small amount, and without a mobile phone to receive payment information in those days. Okay. Shengguan Su gave Ni the remittance form. Sign here. Ni Yang took up the pen and swiftly signed her name. Her signature retained the style from her previous life, with a hint of cursive script, but she wouldn't make it difficult for people to recognize. Shengguan Su took the signed remittance form, and a look of admiration appeared in his eyes. The handwriting was simply too beautiful. It didn't seem like it came from the hand of a girl. Instead, it seemed like it was written by a boy, exuding an air of grandeur. During those days, women received a lower level of education on average. Most people who came to the bank would choose to use a thumbprint for identification, and some people's handwriting was crooked even when they wrote their own names. People like Ni Yang were really too rare. No doubt, Ni Yang really surprised him. Shengguan Su tore off the duplicated remittance form and handed it to Ni Yang. Miss Ni, the money has been remitted. The recipient will receive it within 2 working days. We will be mailing the other copy of the remittance form later this evening. Okay, thank you. Ni Yang expressed her gratitude politely. Shengguan Su gave a light smile. You're welcome, it's what we should be doing. After Ni Yang left, the staff whispered amongst themselves, do you think our bank manager has taken a shine to Miss Ni? Falling for Miss Ni isn't surprising at all. She's so beautiful and so rich. What exactly does Miss Anai do? How is she so rich? Miss Anai is the owner of New York milk tea shop and sour fish noodle restaurant. Really? Of course it's true. Last time I went to buy milk tea, I saw Miss Anai helping out in the milk tea shop with my own eyes. A tall, attractive female employee came over, laughing and saying, "Our bank manager is from a wealthy family, a true blue blood. It wouldn't be possible for a sole proprietor like her to reach his level, right?" Indeed. How could they forget that, no matter how rich or beautiful Anai Yang was, she was ultimately just a sole proprietor? Anai Yang parked her bicycle in front of a traditional Chinese medicine store. The moment she entered the main entrance of the medicine store, she saw the boss grabbing a child by the ear and cursing as he came out, "Little beast! A bastard born without a mother. You dare to steal from me? If it happens again, I'll teach you what 8-2 tastes like." The phrase 8-2 was a popular euphemism for being put in jail during that time. The child immediately knelt on the ground, holding onto the boss' leg and pleaded, "Please help my dad, boss. He's really ill. I only have one father. He cannot die, please. I'm bowing to you. As long as you agree to save my father, I can be your servant." If his father weren't so sick, he wouldn't have risked stealing the medicine. Get lost. Get out of here. I'm not a charity. People die every day in this world. If I were to save everyone, could I handle it? The store owner kicked the boy away. His words were realistic but also cruel. Anai Yang went over and helped the child up. "Are you all right?" Upon looking, Anai Yang was taken aback. Wasn't this the young boy Fua she met last time? Fua. Fua recognized the lady who had given him candy that day. "Sister?" "Fua, what happened to you?" Fua, holding back tears, said, "Sister, my dad is very sick. Can you save him? Please." The compassionate nature of a doctor would not allow Anai Yang to ignore such a plea. "Where do you live? Take me to see your father." Upon hearing this, Fua, seeing the last glimmer of hope, his downcast eyes suddenly filled up with hope. "Sister, my home is at 15 Walt Road." Anai Yang followed by asking, "Can you tell me what condition your father is in now?" Although Fua was young, he was able to describe his father's condition simply. Anai Yang preliminarily discerned that it was an infection caused by a leg injury. She entered the medicine store to buy some emergency aid medicine, then rode her bike together with Fua back to his home. It was still the same crowded courtyard. Chapter 414. Business Development and Culture. Fua is the son of Li Xianxian. _6. There were several children playing with mud in the courtyard. They wanted to tease Fua when they saw him approaching but stopped at the sight of Anai Yang, who was walking beside him. Children are often afraid of strangers after all. "Sister, my dad stays here." Fua pushed open the room door. The room was dimly lit, and one could scarcely see a person lying on the bed. Fua swiftly got up with a stool and opened the window. Anai Yang walked to the bedside, seemed to tug at the man's eyelids a little, then sat down to take his pulse. The room was dirty and messy, and it was filled with an unpleasant smell. But Anai Yang didn't seem to mind. Looking at Anai Yang, Fua's voice trembled a bit as he asked, "Sister, can my dad still be saved? His father has been running a high fever since midnight yesterday and hadn't had anything to eat or drink since." "Your father will be fine, don't worry." Anai Yang's voice was soft and gentle, carrying a calming influence like a spring breeze in April. Feeling reassured, Fua asked, "Really?" Anai Yang nodded, "Absolutely." The man was not severely injured. His legs were initially paralyzed from a fracture, but this condition became progressively worse due to lack of prompt treatment and eventually led to a coma. Another reason was the environment. Living conditions here were very poor. The bedding was moldy and the furniture was covered with dust. Such conditions were conducive to bacterial growth. Anai Yang gave the man a pill to reduce his fever and inflammation, then said, "Fua, can you wait for me here? I'm going out for a while." "Okay," Fua nodded. About half an hour later, Anai Yang returned with a brand new bedsheet and a bag of herbal medicine. 5 minutes later, 2 middle-aged women arrived as well. The sudden arrival of strangers made Fua a bit nervous. Anai Yang explained, "Don't be scared, Fua. These two aunties are here to help clean up. The two women were diligent. After greeting Yang, they began to clean. Yang then asked, Fua, could you heat a bath for me? Sure, Fua nodded. I'm on it. Helping out made Fua very happy. Shortly after, Fua came back in and said, Sister, your bath water is ready. Yang removed a bag of herbal medicine and handed it to Fua. Fua, pour this bag of herbal medicine into the bath. All right, Fua took it. After a while, two robust men came in from outside. Is Comrade Yang here? I'm here, Yang, who was giving the man an injection, responded. The two robust men walked into the room, hesitating. Comrade Yang, are we to bathe this fellow? Yang nodded, yes. The men looked a bit uneasy. The man on the bed was just too dirty. No words were more apt than dirty and stinky to describe the situation. Yang followed up, don't worry you two. I'll pay double. The man was indeed very dirty, and if they didn't give him a good bath, it would affect his recovery from the illness. Once Yang decided to lend a hand, she would follow it through to the end. Upon hearing her words, the men immediately replied, Comrade Yang, rest assured, leave it to us. Double pay, only a fool would refuse such an offer. Smiling, Yang thanked them, I appreciate your help. The two men lifted the man on the bed. May I know where the bathing place is? It's over here, please follow me, uncles. Fua immediately responded. Fua was not stupid, he of course knew that Sister Yang was helping them. The two rugged men carried the man to take a bath while Yang helped to tidy up the room. In no time, the room was renovated. Yang picked up a few magnolia flowers from outside and put them by the windowsill, filling the air with a gentle fragrance. Yang settled the pay for the two middle-aged women. Both of them earned 2 yuan in total. They only worked for 2 hours. Considering the price level of this era, they profited quite a bit. When the two workers finished bathing, Yang also paid them 1 yuan each. Thank you, young comrade. Please think of us if you need anything done in the future, they said. Yang nodded, certainly. After bathing, the man laid on the fresh bedding. Fua asked, Sister, when is my dad going to wake up? Yang put her hand on the man's wrist and said, Don't be anxious, Fua. Just wait a bit more. Okay. Fua nodded. Yang found 4 wooden sticks and gauze to fix the man's legs in place. Sister, can my dad stand up again? Yes. Hearing this, Fua excitedly asked, Sister, really? My dad can really stand up? Of course. Yang reassured him with a gentle nod. Thank you, sister. You're welcome. Yang patted Fua's head. Wait a minute, sister. Fua ran into the kitchen and picked out a shriveled, rotting apple from the cupboard. He had found this apple in the trash and had kept it, planning to give it to his dad for nourishment. He hadn't expected his dad to fall into a high fever that very afternoon. Now that his sister had saved his father, he thought the apple should be given to her. Fua tiptoed and carefully picked up the apple, peeled it with a kitchen knife, scooped out the rotten parts and then carried the apple back to the room. Fua ate all the peeled apple skin without wasting any. Sister, this apple is for you to eat. Fua looked expectantly at Yang. Thank you. Yang accepted it and took a bite. The apple was already rotting and it did not taste very good. But for Yang, all food was equal, and she did not want to disappoint Fua, so she finished the whole apple. At that moment, the man on the bed began to stir. Dad! Fua excitedly ran over. Fua! The man patted Fua's head, then turned and looked at Yang with pale face. Thank you for saving our lives, you are like our second parents. Despite being faint, he was still slightly conscious and knew that Yang had saved him. You're welcome, it's just what a doctor should do. Yang then asked, How are you feeling now? Is your head still dizzy? Do your legs hurt? The man responded, My head is not dizzy, but my legs seem to hurt a bit. Yang told him, Pain in the leg is a normal reaction, as long as you're not dizzy then it's okay. The facilities are limited here, so I just gave you a simple fixation. Your injury is not very severe, so you should be fine after a few days of taking medicine. The man choked with emotion, he didn't know what to say. His voice husky, he said, "My benefactor, my name is Zhou Tianbao, and this is my son Zhou Fua. Once we get back on our feet, we will find a way to repay you." Zhou Tianbao? Ni Yang slightly raised her eyebrows. If she remembered correctly, the man who fathered Li Xianxian's illegitimate child had the same name. Was it the same person? You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.